Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. All right. I am live, I think. I've been streaming on YouTube for a while with no traction whatsoever. Now, all I do really is around the world flights. That's largely what I've been flying is my circumnavigation around the world. So I'm going to continue that, but I'm going to leave it open to uh, Twitch viewers as well, which I've configured this morning. So we're going to see how that goes. Um, we are continuing our circumnavigating journey, as I'd mentioned. Pull up our sky vector here. So as you can see, we are starting cold and dark at Zulu Yankee Tango X-ray. We'll be tracking our outbound VOR of 114.10, probably for at least 100 miles. But we'll be heading out at 250 for 233 miles or so before we reach Beijing. No, I'm sorry, there's one waypoint prior to Beijing. We are heading towards Zulu Bravo Delta Hotel. So currently we're cold and dark on the ramp here, and I'm just going to get started up. Oh, this button's always tricky to press. I definitely should have spun this the other way if our heading is 250. Oh, I was going to say that I was worried we weren't picking up the VOR, but we hadn't switched over yet, so there we are. Well enough. Anti-skid on. Guess we're departing southwest.
Ground EQS 042042 with Yankee request taxi for takeoff west departure. EQS 042042 taxi to an hold short of runway 06.
Good morning or good evening to the single viewer I seem to have on Twitch.
Taxiing hold short runway 06 via taxiway Alpha EQS 042042.
I always feel like the default view of the 339 is too high. I can't see any of my instruments. Let's tilt down. I am unsure if this is currently evening or morning. Seems like it's evening. Let's set it to morning so we're not flying in the dark. I hope ATC isn't watching us snaking all over the taxiway. speed limits on taxiways are really just suggestions in my world. There's definitely an easier way to mute my mic than that switch. My hand is starting to cramp up, having to constantly rudder to the right, or rudder to the left, I should say. If I've gleaned one bit of knowledge from Asia in my time here so far, it's that their taxiways are absurdly long. The Pyongyang taxiway is like 5 nautical miles in length. Without further ado, finally holding short.
Tower EQS 04204, ready for departure to the west at runway 06.
EQS 04204, altimeter tree 0.47 wind tree 36 at 12. Departure to the west approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 06.
Cleared for takeoff runway 06 EQS 04204.
Alright, we're pretty much ready to go. Flap set, heading set, VOR frequency set. Let's fly it like we stole it. B1 and the MB339 is about 150 knots. Or right there. Positive brake, gear up.
EQS 04204,
what's up?
EQS 042042 leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Tower EQS 042042 frequency change.
Right. Get myself trimmed and then do a 180, I guess. They wanted us to take off east for my west departure. It's kind of them. Just live weather. Just looking at clear skies, I guess. Nothing wrong with that. There was a point at the beginning of all this where VORs weren't tracking distance properly. They were very buggy. But I've had very few issues in the last several weeks, so it's nice to see. Good. Trimmed, pointed in the right direction. Now it's straight on till morning. Well, straight on for another 223 nautical miles. Intentional. Okay, so the POR we're looking to pick up is 112.9, so we'll keep that in mind. I'll probably switch over when we're, 130 miles out, or when we lose our outbound VOR, whichever happens first. And then for those that haven't followed the entire route so far, we've started in Edmonton, Alberta, where I currently live. And then we flew up to my place of birth, and then we've been hitting kind of capital cities all the way up through Alaska after swinging down to Victoria and Vancouver, BC. From Alaska, we flew over to a brief stop in what I believe is Russian territory, and then down through Japan. We had lots of experiences in Japan. From Japan, we crossed over into South Korea, up into North Korea, and now we're in China. So from China, we're going to head to Beijing. It was my intention to take a look at the Great Wall and things like that, but apparently the Great Wall looks like shit. So I'm not going to do that at all. I will likely have to wait. There's probably other things I'll take a look at, but big picture from China and Beijing, we're going to head south into a bunch of countries I'm wholly ignorant of. Ultimately into the Philippines. I think I was going to stop in Cambodia on the way down, but that may be a way up thing. But ultimately, we're down to New Zealand and then into Australia before heading north again. So that's kind of our long-term plan. That'll take a very long time. strange. I was trying to adjust my YouTube configuration because I've got reason to believe that I am streaming to YouTube twice. But I'll have to play with that. Looks like we've already lost our outbound VOR, so that's surprising. So soon, we're going to be off course here for sure. 112.9. I do remember when we tracked that last VOR frequency inbound, it did seem to have a pretty short range, so it's alright, we'll try our best to correct heading. We were kind of off course there for a bit. We definitely shouldn't have lost that outbound VOR frequency so soon. Like we were, what, 50 miles tops? It might be an altitude thing. Like we're not very high. But that's definitely by design. There we go. We picked up our inbound, so no worries. 170 miles only. My one dream is that someday the smoke works. That's so much to ask. I've only seen the smoke work on one aircraft. I think it's the BDJ-5. It's a neat little personal single-engine jet. I mean, I guess we were quite a ways off course. Just about to pass into this bay here. You know what? I'm noticing much of my VOR map isn't even on the stream. There we go. I'm just passing into this bay here. The nav instruments still say we're quite a bit north of where we should be to get on path, so I'm going to kind of let us drift south as we move this way. Barely getting us back on course. Slowly but surely. Near enough. I'll never forget the day I turned around and spotted my Rio unexpectedly. I did not know he was there. He was just along for the ride. He'd been in my cockpit for thousands of miles by that point, saying nothing, making no noise. It was really disconcerting. see, I'm distracted by my stream settings because I've never really configured or messed with Twitch at all. And I'm veering off course again. I throttled back and trimmed down. I'm not really sure why I'm pitching my nose to the moon. Well enough. About 100 miles from our destination. Well, 100 miles from a pit stop before Beijing. I'm the worst. I always get very bored when flying over large bodies of water. It's just nothing to look at. Easily puts me to sleep. Good news. I've discovered how to display the users in chat. Master caution, as always, reminding us that our auxiliary fuel tanks are too small to be worthwhile. Great weather for flying, but it makes for boring scenery, I have to say. We are 58 miles from our waypoint airport. Should put us roughly here-ish. I'll never stop appreciating all the scuffs and marks on the cockpit glass. Definitely adds something. That's cool. Apparently the YouTube stream was switched to unlisted. What a mess. Alright, let's see where we are. 30 miles out, yeah. I usually won't contact my inbound ATC until I'm 10 or 15 miles out. Look like rows and rows of identical houses and apartment buildings, like dominoes. Doesn't look like it's a controlled airport anyway. Runway 24 would be nice.
Zulu Sierra Hotel Delta, traffic EQS 0420421 miles southwest, 4,100 feet inbound to land, runway 24.
One 9 miles southwest. My VOR says 13. I should have baby guidelines that come on when I get within range of the runway.
Sierra Hotel Delta, traffic EQS 042042 is on final runway 24 to land.
And that's largely because I'm horrible and can never make out the runway or the airport from the air. But I don't see my baby guidelines. I crazy? Right, one sec. That's not what I need. This airport apparently doesn't exist.
Zulu Sierra Hotel Delta, traffic EQS 0420423, 6 miles southwest, 3,700 feet inbound to land, runway 2.
36 miles southwest. That means I overshot it a great deal. We're on the hunt. We're on the hunt for anything that might be a frickin' runway.
Zulu Sierra Hotel Delta, traffic EQS 0420423, 3 miles southwest, 3,900 feet inbound to land, runway 2.
Again, 3 miles southwest is pretty far. I have no idea how we overshot it like that. This is the correct airport, right? Zulu Bravo Delta Hotel. Oh, it's not the correct airport. Okay. We've solved our problem. Alright, we're back on track. We're gonna 180 real quick, line up with our VOR properly, and trust things a little more. We're looking for Zulu Bravo Delta Hotel. The thing is, like, this tells me that I'm 4 miles from where I would expect this VOR to be. So that's what I don't really understand. I dare say that this airport or this airfield is not modeled in the sim. Okay, well, we're gonna think quick before we run out of fuel. Heading 288 at 111, or I should say heading 288 for 111 nautical miles. we're just going to go to Beijing. We're not going to stop because our airport doesn't exist. So we're just going to go to Beijing. .7 will be our inbound VOR. Shouldn't be difficult to get that relatively soon. Beijing's kind of a big deal. Not yet, apparently. We'll have to wait a bit. I don't remember what my outbound was. That's bad. 112.9. Just track this for a bit. Should have plenty of fuel. We've only gone through maybe about a third-ish of our total stores. Oh. Should be close to 80 miles out from Beijing. No VOR know I'm flying relatively low altitude, so I'm not too concerned about not being able to pick up the VORs at distance, but it always worries me a little bit when the frequency doesn't pick up. I have many nightmares and memories of flying blind through Alaska. Literally blind. The weather in Alaska is horse shit. Oh man, there's this guy in the Discord who ordered a brand new graphics card and it got lost in the mail, apparently. That's some infuriating shit right there. Imagine spending all your time trying to find a graphics card to buy that doesn't put you in the poorhouse, only to have some piece of shit steal it from you. Alright, surely we can pick this up now. What was it? 114.7? Still nothing. That sucks. We are not very far out from Beijing. It is a massive, massive airport. Like, I don't understand why they would have such poor quality VOR equipment. Maybe it's not modeled in the sim the same way. Seems. I was just giving this damn thing praise for finding all these frequencies lately. See, we should be, 50 miles out. Should be more than close enough to pick it up. And I mean, just by looking around, it doesn't look like there should be any terrain that should be of real concern. I mean, at least we're able to track our outbound for a while. Hopefully it'll smarten up eventually here. Hey, it only took within 30 damn miles of friggin' Beijing to get it. There. Back on course. 22 miles out from our destination of Beijing Airport. Zulu Bravo Alpha Alpha. I gotta be honest, I expected more city. Maybe we're not quite there yet. When I think Beijing, I think Chinese Tokyo. Just crazy buildings everywhere, sprawling for miles. Maybe that's ignorant of me. Miles out.
Beijing Tower EQS 042042 is 18 miles east, 5,200 feet with uniform to land. EQS 042042 Beijing Tower. Altimeter tree 0.53 with 288 at 12. Make left base runway 01. Make left base runway 01 EQS 042042. Beijing Tower, Air China 1624 Heavy, 10 miles south inbound ILS Yankee runway 01 approach. Air China 1624 Heavy, Beijing Tower. Altimeter tree 0.53 with 288 at 12. Cleared ILS Yankee runway 01 approach.
See, I was worried my landing guides weren't going to appear. I was going to be lost again. Here we go, we're just fine. We're going to ignore the downwind leg. Fly straight into base, I guess. Oh, you know what? The downwind's on the other side of the airport. Never mind. We'll fly over and make a hard left. I mean, I could also just hard right in. I am in a fighter jet. Seems like something I should be capable of. Let's do that instead.
EQS 042042 with 287 at 12. Cleared to land runway 01. Cleared to land runway 01 EQS 042042.
Speed brakes deployed. Landing gear down. Give it a little bit of juice because I have a tendency of coming in real short. Not very centered. Please no one be too harsh on my inadequacy. If I get it down and I don't fade to black, it's a successful fucking landing. Probably could have used a flare there. Why is my rudder not working at all? So that's cool. Regularly, when I start up this fucking sim, my rudder just decides to stop functioning. Like it worked on takeoff, right? It worked on takeoff. This seems to toggle between Z and X axis despite being the same rocker switch every time I load up the sim. And sometimes right in the middle of a flight.
Did you hear my last transmission? Going to 122.675 EQS 042042.
I guess I'm just going to off-road it over here.
Beijing ground EQS 042042 taxi to parking. EQS 042042 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Kilo Kilo 3 Juliet Tango 2. Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Kilo Kilo 3 Juliet Tango 2.
Good. We've off-roaded our way to directly where we needed to be, so great success as far as I'm concerned. We get parked up, fueled up, and then plan the next legs of our trip, I guess. Might have to take a brief intermission. I wasn't expecting to continue going after landing in Beijing, but I'm feeling all right, so may as well. That's not what I meant to do. I don't want to cheat. Let's get them to come to us.
Beijing ground EQS 042042. Could you please send a fuel truck? EQS 042042. A fuel truck is on the road.
Any bets on how long it takes the fuel truck to get to us? I think the longest I've seen is someone sitting here in the sim waiting 20 solid minutes for their fuel truck request to be fulfilled. Usually much later, or much earlier than that, but yeah, 20 minutes is the longest I think I've seen. This has done nothing. This is weird. There we go. We're going to open it in paint. Perfect. Okay, while we're waiting for fuel, I'm going to take a brief intermission. And then I'll come back and plan the next legs of this journey. So it'll be, I don't know, call it 5-10 minutes. Be right back. Alright, we are back, and our fuel has arrived. Fill it up, please. Perfect. So now, our next step is to plot where the heck we're going. Now, I believe we definitely want to go to Hong Kong. And we're going to go to Shanghai. So from here, we're going to add this leg. Maybe this leg for some variety, though I think that's going to be a pretty short flight. Oh, it's 100 miles. That's actually okay. Now, I know we want to get here, but I am tempted to like swing around here because it seems like it might be an interesting place topographically. There's a 0% chance we're going to do this whole flight today, but I'm just going to plan us out to Shanghai. Alright, so we're going to track our outbound of, oh crap, we're all the way up here still. Oh no, we should be here. Alright, 114.7. We'll track that outbound of 114.7 for a while. Heading 230, 142 nautical miles. Alright.
Beijing ground EQS 04204 to request taxi for west departure with uniform.
EQS 04204 to taxi to and hold short of runway 01 using taxiway Yankee 4 Tango 1 Kilo Quebec 0. Contact tower on 118.6 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 01 using taxiway Yankee 4 Tango 1 Kilo Quebec 0 EQS 042042.
Taxi guidelines. Baby lines? I have no idea where I'm going. if my guide doesn't come up, we will off-road it, and we will fly it like we stole it. At least we found a runway. I'm just going to taxi to one end of this runway and take off. That's our plan. Oh, I should definitely be taxiing to the other end of the runway, given what my heading looks like. Oh well.
Beijing Tower EQS 042042 ready for departure to the west at runway 01.
EQS 042042, altimeter tree 0.53, wind 287 at 10. Departure to the west approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 01.
Cleared for takeoff runway 01 EQS 042042.
Was that my original departure that they gave me? Hey, runway 01. I managed to bumble my way to the correct place. That's exciting. Flaps set for takeoff. Everything else is already set. Let's go. B1. Gear up.
EQS 042042, continue for west departure.
Beijing Tower EQS 042042 continue for west
Flaps
departure.
down, or up, I guess. Flaps up. Oh, here we go. This is more what I imagine when I think Beijing. There's like the
EQS 042042,
tall buildings.
leaving my airspace frequency change
guess I was just nowhere near the city itself.
Beijing Tower EQS 042042 frequency change.
We definitely got to swing by whatever the heck this is. Huh. I mean, obviously the first thing that comes to mind is, can I fly something through that? But this is neat architecture I didn't realize existed here. This is so, oh god, this is so off course. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're starting to get on course now. I wonder for how long we'll hold this frequency. We're already 20 miles out, and we needed to be 30 miles out in order to pick it up the first time, so. Be interesting to see when we drop that VOR frequency. .7 is our inbound. I didn't see your message till just now, Donna, if you're still here. I'm sorry. VOA? I'm not familiar with VOA. I'm just familiar with VOR. Looks like we've dropped it. What did we say that was? 117.7. Easy peasy. Ugh, my back is killing me. I really hope China and Asia gets the photogrammetry treatment sometime in the near future. It's just like sea of white rectangles isn't super interesting for me to look at. It's hard to really appreciate the cities that I'm flying over. Every time I click over to my second monitor, I end up adjusting this rear view mirror. I was just going to give the mirrors shit for being useless and not having really any reflections to be worthwhile. But I gotta admit, I'm kind of surprised that I can see my instruments in the mirror there. I wonder if they're accurate. I wonder if I could read this. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. really no reason for me to be full throttle the whole way. I have a bad habit of doing that and subsequently overstressing an engine and putting myself in the dirt. Any kind of GA prop aircraft, I either remember to pull my propeller back to 90% or I overstress my engines and don't make it to my destination. Those are really the only two options. Not sure why you're being so difficult to trim right now. There we go. Still falling. Alright, should be 50 miles out from something I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Zulu Bravo Sierra Juliet. We might just request a touch and go. We still have basically all our fuel. There's no reason for us to part. Other than OCD. I was just thinking to myself, I wonder if you fly long enough, like, will your oxygen run out? I assume it won't affect the pilot in any way, but it would be interesting to see the oxygen deplete and then, like, the flow rate go away. Next level would be to have your pilot black the fuck out. They could do that now that they've got the GFX in. I could simulate it in some way. I think that would be great. Add consequence to not having your cabin pressurized, that kind of stuff. I think might not be this one. One of the jets, it might be the T-45, has an option where you can, like, toggle the mask on and off. Anyway. flat and listless countryside. If I didn't know any better, I would think this was the prairies of Canada. I'm a little surprised that icing and the like hasn't been a concern. We're fairly north. Maybe it'll become an issue when we're in the mountains. I spent most of my morning yesterday fine-tuning the configuration of my VR headset. Did a couple flights in it. It was quite the experience, I gotta say. I recognize it doesn't translate well to any kind of third-person sharing of that experience, but it gives you, you know, when you do hard banks and you go vertical and you look down, you feel that tingling in the core of your stomach. And I think that's really the crux of the VR experience, is like feeling that genuine sense of motion. Even without a motion rig or anything like that, it seems to get the sense, get the job done, I should say. I'm rambling and going off course. We're close enough that we can probably request clearance. Nope, that's not what we're meant to do. Zulu Bravo Sierra Juliet, that's the one. Touch and go.
Tower EQS 042,042 is 12 miles northeast, 2,300 feet with Charlie.
Yo.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Not much. Heads up, you're on 2 streams, on Twitch and YouTube.
Fly left base runway 15
I'm about to touch down, or I should say at least land, at an airport in China.
I'm going through settings trying to figure out how to set my reverse thrust for my HOTAS. I had it set before, but something happened. It got reset.
Yeah, man, I was bitching earlier. My configuration gets reset all the time. Like, specifically my rudder. Even, like, I can't speak to it. When I took off, my rudder was fine on where I have it configured to my throttle. And then by the time I landed, it had bound itself or unbound itself and didn't work anymore. Like... Alright, we need to bleed a bunch of speed. Throttle way back. Speed brakes out. Probably trim my ass down. Flaps fully extended. Alright.
Has thing where it likes to reset your assistance settings. My profile controls.
I gotta throttle up to get some lift. I always like throttle way down and then like I have to throttle up again before I crash. I'm not good at like feathering my power properly.
Camera switches. There has to be another way I can set this to switch between, say, my cockpit cam and like my, I forgot what it's called, like show cam, my drone cam.
Your showcase.
Yeah, showcase cam.
I've had nothing but problems and complaints regarding the showcase cam. Like I fucking hate it, honestly.
I use it for like, say, like a cabin perspective, like during takeoff and like on approach for landing. I'll eventually do it for landing once, you know, the replay mode is fully baked in the sim and not just a developer option.
Touchdown.
Let's go. Press. I forgot how I did it. I don't remember. Propeller control, throttle, toggle reverse thrust, hold throttle.
I was
Maybe.
expecting these guys to give me a ground hound off. Is there no ground hand off? Oh yeah, it's because I'm a touch and go. My mistake. Maybe I shouldn't stop on the runway. Let's go.
You're waiting for the touch and go. You're waiting for a ground hand off and you actually touching it.
Yeah, I got touch and go clearance and I'm sitting there waiting for taxi to parking. I'm like,
Alright, let's see if R1. Okay, so if R1 holds it, if I hit R1 again, it should do it. One way to find out, fuck it. Oh wait, there's like different things.
I have no idea what my heading is. 259 and my inbound frequency is 113.1.
Alright, time to test this out. Hopefully it works. Control settings. Just gonna go back to check one more thing. Okay, landing gear is B. Power management is obviously the fucking.
Basically just ignoring the attitude of my aircraft right now while I try and dick around with fucking frequencies. Okay, we're gonna have to track my outbound 117.7.
Power management, that's good. Brakes should be. Oh, brakes are A.
Now let's pay attention to where the heck we're going. I'm like way off course.
Me looking at all the buttons because I haven't used this thing forever, so I gotta figure out where everything is. Brakes are B2.
I spend like a half of every takeoff sequence staring at all my buttons. I'm just like, then once I get everything figured out, then I'll kind of write my course.
Nah. But now should I might want to do is set brakes for X. Okay.
It's just this aircraft doesn't have like a nav2 that I can swap between, so if I request a touch and go and then need to immediately adjust my heading and frequencies, it's like, what do I do? Just kind of go straight on till morning and then set it when I have a free moment.
Yeah. But that shoes for that, so let's try. Okay, that's elevator trim. Fuck cameras. Does Y have a configuration? Oh, God damn it, the slightest touch in this thing has to fucking... I didn't even fucking move it, you fucking dickhead.
Dude.
Mine's toggle spoofers, my bad. I'm trying to set my brakes. I'm trying to use one of the buttons as close to the...
Are you like on the ground right now? You're just messing around with controller configuration, right?
messing around with the control configuration.
The nightmare.
Okay. B2. I'm just trying to make sure I have everything right. Flight control services, obviously, is simple.
What? This fucking ATC just gave me touch and go clearance.
I don't want drone camera. Okay, here we go. Yes, this is looking for. The thing is, I have to find buttons to put all this to.
I overshot my friggin'
Really? I only want to
direction.
fix camera. 9? There's like 12 different types of fixed camera.
I'm just like, I'm 15 miles leaving the airspace. And then they're like, you have landing clearance. I'm like, wait a minute. I was already down. Were you guys not paying attention? Were you on break?
No, they were just not on.
That's okay. Canceled my intentions and moved on with my life. I think I'm going to have to get some altitude. I'm coming up to kind of the mountainous areas of China.
And then to even get in the fixed camera, what toggle will I use for that? This is what I'll do. I don't use any of the other fixed tunes anyway, so I'll just use down and toggle to fixed camera 10, and then go from there to get the shots that I want. Hopefully this works.
I mean, you could always just give up and go back to the tried and tested Microsoft keyboard and mouse combo.
Nah. Alright, those are set. Let's see if they have the button. Let's see, which one is closer?
I guess these mountains were probably interfering with my ability to grab my inbound VOR.
Yeah, that would do it, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Once I'm over this ridge here, I should be able to tune.
Let's go to Denver. Not Denver, fuck. Philadelphia.
You're going to Philly? From where?
I'm just spawning in to make sure everything works right first.
You gotta live dangerously, man. You take to the air and then pray your landing gear responds.
Just sitting there, you're on final, everything's working fine.
Mayday, mayday. My landing gear will not extend. The VAT sim guys said that they reassigned my exam So I should be able to like try that exam today, I hope.
Holy shit, it worked.
Getting set up with that sim so far has kind of been a nightmare.
Wait, I'm a fucking idiot. B2 is brakes. My bad, I'm testing stuff. It's not working. What? How can you get the fucking reverse thrust? I mean, it's a trigger. Let's see.
This is my first time trying to stream to Twitch.
Mine still doesn't want to work for this.
It certainly has its advantages over the YouTube streaming system.
Yeah.
Not least of which I see people have actually joined the stream. Although I gotta say, the only comment I've ever received was from a random passerby on YouTube, so...
Oh, if that's that, then maybe
And
just
the comment was correcting me.
Maybe if I do on the Wii? No, it's not gonna work. Fuck.
Should be about 60 miles out from our destination.
Come on, there has to be something. B2 is that.
Man, my memory is so bad.
Let's try this. Maybe if I toggle it. Maybe if I toggle it.
What are you toggling?
I'm trying to set my reverse thrust.
Oh. Yeah, if there's one control I know nothing about, it's the reverse thrust stuff. I don't fly any of those. Well, that's a lie. I did fly one prop plane that apparently had reverse thrust, and it surprised me. I don't remember what it was. It might have been like the TBM or something.
Well, I did not set a button to get back into the cockpit. Oops. That would have been an issue. Let me go back to channel. Toggle smart cam. You know, I don't really care for smart cams. So we can honestly just get rid of it. Oh shit. I hit validate. Why are you still here? Go away. Clear can input. Validate. There we go. Clear can.
Be 50 miles out now.
Reset home cockpit. Wait, what? How the fuck does that have anything to do? Oh. Reset home cockpit. What the hell did I use? Oh. Nothing.
So, at 50 miles out, we're kind of going over this area here. I expect we're not going to be able to pick up that VOR for another 10 or 15 miles. So we'll try again at 65 to 70 and see if it picks up.
What the fuck is it? Alright, let's toggle. If I toggle reverse thrusters with this, I didn't even fly. What the fuck? Oh, that's that. Well, that doesn't fucking matter. What the fuck can I post? E1. Validate. Then hold. That doesn't matter because no one needs to. Alright, let's try this.
Just gonna keep this frequency configured for a little bit here. I'm convinced it's gonna pick up in no time. There it is. Ha! Man, I'm good. 37 miles out. Now, man, when I'm able to predict stuff like that, I genuinely feel like I'm learning when I'm playing this sim. Like I'm learning how to fly. Not like fly, but like I can navigate like the best of them. If I was in the co-pilot seat and I was navigating, I got your back. I'll get you to where you need to go.
I had it working for like 2 fucking seconds.
This place is kind of neat. It's almost like this whole area was as mountainous as any area, and then the people that lived here were like, no, fuck you mountains, and they just turned them all into fields anyway.
I had it working for like 2 fucking seconds.
And I know that's something that the Chinese have done with airports in a couple areas in China. They basically saw the top of the mountain and said, nope, and they blew it the fuck off and then put an airport there.
God damn it, I had it working for like 2 fucking seconds and then it just... And my assistant settings got used to it.
It was just getting your hopes up.
It worked for like 2 seconds and then it was like, nope.
When you move your camera around in the sim, like just by holding the right mouse button or whatever, do you get a fair bit of screen tearing, like just like on your mirrors or anything like that?
Yep.
You do?
Yep.
Okay. I like to know that the issues that I experience aren't just me. Misery loves company, right?
Yeah, as long as you know it's not only you, then you know you're not going crazy.
Yeah, or I know it's not a problem that I have to worry about solving. Nope, that's someone else's problem then.
Maybe if I just... That's not what I want to do. No, let's do that. Maybe if I do that, have a map to the same button to toggle and hold it.
Our next leg is almost as long as, well, no, I think it's even longer than our last 2 legs combined. So I'm going to do a full stop at my next arrival and get fueled up.
What the hell was I using to toggle fucking...
I'm realizing now that I don't actually know the iCal of where I'm going. Zulu, Bravo, Yankee, November.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just wait till I get the Boeing side stick
Tango
for this
Tower
shit.
EQS 04204.
Because that one I know will have the proper controls I need
5,400
to...
feet with India to land.
EQS
What's that?
04204 Taiwan Tower.
I mean, the hold off is good for if you're doing anything that doesn't need the reverse this.
Enter left base runway tree 1 EQS 042042.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm gonna change the controllers for... Oh wait, maybe now it will.
Definitely wasn't my intention to climb a bunch there.
Well, that kind of sucks. I was hoping I'd get that to work right. It worked right before, but...
Man, I have such a hard time, like, making sense of this pattern that it's putting in front of me, this pattern entry, that I know I'm just going to disregard the pattern they told me to fly and go into my short final. Like, it literally just gives me a line to follow, but from my perspective, it's very difficult to make sense of in 3D space sometimes. Alright, I see the runway, that's fine. We're just gonna come in.
Start.
EQS 042042 Windcom cleared to land runway tree 1.
Cleared to land runway tree 1 EQS 042042.
Oh, okay.
And this is where we pull some fighter jet shit. Speed banks and, or speed brakes and hard banks right into landing. Oh man, they're asking us to come in right over these buildings.
But I would just be getting the Boeing.
I'm not convinced my speed brakes are properly being set. I think they're like toggling on and off. What a nightmare. Well enough.
EQS 042042 exit runway when able.
Oh my god, exit runway when able. All I got is sun blinding me from my mirrors. I can't see shit.
You will not see a thing.
There's one part of my landing I need to work on. It's like landing on the center line. I kind of just put it on the runway.
It's easy when you got calm weather. But when you have strong weather and you got a crab to the runway, that's when it gets hard.
Yeah. I mean, even in calm weather, my problem is I don't set up my approach properly. Like, I genuinely think that's it. Like, I will regularly have to bank into my turn when it's just not necessary. Like, I could have just taken a longer straight approach. And that's because I like to fly like a crazy person. Taxi to parking.
See, for me, I fly mainly, airliners. So
I got a question for you. If a Sobo wanted to implement regional sounding accents and dialects for the ATC, how would they do that without being horribly racist?
That's just something you would have to do, and people would have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't see how people would get upset. Like, bro, what the fuck do you want them to sound like?
Like, I mean, I guess if you made a point to, hire people of those regions or of those ethnicities, and you had them speaking in English in whatever accents they had, right? Then fine. What else could you do? But I just see it. It would be like setting the game up for having some like white guy in California voice Chinese ATC. It would just be catastrophic.
I don't think Microsoft is that stupid.
No. They've done some pretty stupid things.
Yeah, but I don't think they would do one that would absolutely destroy their reputation.
Maybe they assume people won't know.
They've done some stupid shit, but I don't think they're gonna do something that fucking stupid. They have a line drawn when it comes to stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one will cross it. It'd probably be that one person to try to recommend another. Everybody's just looking like, bro, do you want this company to go under?
Go under? Man, if Flight Sim was turned off tomorrow, Microsoft would be fine.
Well, true, but you gotta think about it. If you do something like that, your reputation slowly dies. You might lose hella partnerships. But Google would still survive, of course, because
I guess. But we're talking about hiring white voice actors for like, ethnic people, in the face of like, I don't know, other PR issues they've had before. Like, like Bill Gates regularly being on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Like, like the PR just seems to like fall to deaf ears to a lot of the time, right?
Pretty much. But I mean, at that point, was he still a part of Microsoft, or was he just like,
Well, here's the thing. I think at the time he was at that point, but now that it's all like coming to a head, he's not. But everyone still associates Bill Gates with Microsoft. Like he hasn't been a serious part of that company in, a decade or 2 decades, and even still to this day, you think Microsoft and Windows, you think Bill Gates. You think of him standing on that stage, telling everyone in his nerdy ass voice how amazing it is. The two are, you can't split them as far as I'm concerned.
fair enough?
I think they've gone through 2 or 3 CEOs since Bill Gates, and I don't know that I could name any of them. There was a Steve something, Steve Ballmer maybe.
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Tayu on ground EQS 042.
See how long it takes them to get me fuel.
Let's see if the longitude actually wants to work right today. I doubt it, but worth a shot.
Alright, so while we wait for fuel, we're looking at a heading of 232 for 272 nautical miles. Holy shit.
To avoid that problem.
I wholly expect we'll be flying blind through much of this next leg. We'll probably hold this VOR frequency for, I don't know, maybe 100 miles.
1,000 miles. How the fuck? Come on, give me a ramp.
I'm just sitting here waiting for a fuel truck, and I think it's hilarious that this marshal is just sitting here giving me like a high five. It's just gonna do that the entire time I'm here. Does his arm get tired?
Of course not. You gotta think about how much they do that shit a day.
Yeah, if you think he's ripped, he's got like just insane shoulder muscles.
Probably. I'm fucking chipped, bro.
Ah, the fuel truck. I've got 2 fuel trucks that have arrived simultaneously, so we'll...
I'm gonna need that much fuel, or...
We'll not want for fuel yet. They're like, we just really wanted to be sure.
Where's Twitch? I guess I'll try and see if this shit comes through. Actually, no, I'll do that for the flight I'm doing later. Yeah, would you look at that?
No!
Just crap.
Oh, the fuel truck just ran over one of the guys. Oh my god. We're gonna need an ambulance. Just killed him. He's completely consumed by the truck. He's just running over him. Oh man. Dude, stop driving the truck. You're going to jail.
Not today, I'm not.
He like doesn't give a shit. Oh, there he is. He's popped out the back.
The guy got run over just sitting there. I didn't feel a thing.
He's like, nope. There. Fuel done. Request fuel supply end.
Damn, that's how you feel, Microsoft? Didn't even give me a push button.
Alright, we need taxi to depart south or west.
Maybe north.
I guess it's more west than it is south by a whopping 10 degrees.
Oh fuck, I forgot how to turn on this. Oh wait, no. It's all down here. I think. That's fuel boost. Yeah. Oh, there's plenty. Avionics. Left gen is already on. I forgot this plane doesn't EU.
These fuel trucks are like just destruction derbying each other right now.
Gonna turn on the nav and the look. I forgot there really isn't much to do with this damn plane. Besides hoping I don't fucking die as I go out because the live weather is absolutely jack shit.
I don't know why you think the weather's so bad. I never thought it was that bad.
No, there is actually an issue with live weather, like, because I'm in California, right? And I took off from California. It stated that it was clear, no wind. I get to like 1,000 feet, somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. And like, I'm absolutely just battered by like 80 knot winds. I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
But like, to what altitude is an airport's weather reading accurate? Because like, you can't expect them to know everything right up to space, right?
Of course not, but it would be like, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's at least up to like 5,000. It depends on like the transition altitude for that specific area. Like,
yeah, I guess.
I don't see shit anymore. Oh wait, that's because I didn't turn on the other fucking lights so I can actually fucking see anymore. That's not the right light. That ain't it either. Where the fuck is the switch? Oh, it's down here. There we go. Now I can see shit. How about you shut the fuck up?
I don't understand what happened. I went to the same place that I always go to see who is in my Twitch chat, and like, the option isn't there anymore. I'm so fucking confused.
Sounds about Twitch. That's the only way I can put that. It just sounds about Twitch.
All right. It's just like there were the 3 dots that I could press, and it would like give me the option, and now the 3 dots just aren't there anymore.
They have abandoned you. Flight director is on.
I wonder if there's something to do with this.
Which one is?
There we go. I figured it out. I'm not sure what I've changed. It's like if you change your layout, you're unable to like interact with it until you save or cancel. But like, I never intentionally changed my layout.
Oh, yikes.
I don't know. No one said anything. Part of me assumes that they're all robots. Prove me wrong, Twitch chat.
Bruh.
Shots fired.
Oh, hey, American just on. What runway am I taking off from again? Oh, 3-1, right. Right. Got it.
All right, on taxiway Alpha, holding short of runway 31.
It's a weird coincidence.
Why?
It's really weird to see this thing doesn't have a fucking APU.
Taiyuan Tower EQS 042042 at runway 31 ready for departure west departure.
EQS 042042 Alpha.
Oh shit, I should probably turn like left or right. Right. That's fine.
Kennedy,
Cleared for takeoff runway 31.
cleared for takeoff runway 31 EQS 042042.
Alright, we're just gonna stop right here before I accidentally knock into this person's flying behind.
My flaps and frequencies are already set, so we're just gonna go.
Alright. Engine 1, engine 1, start. How about down to it? Now I think.
E1. Landing gear up. Goddamn sun again. I moved 2 of the 3 mirrors out of my face, and my third mirror is like, nope.
Taiyuan Tower EQS 042042 continue for west departure.
Flaps up.
EQS 042042 leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Taiyuan
It
Tower
appears you are
EQS
started. Let me double
042042
check.
frequency change.
You started fuel, blah, 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 into...
It appears your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Stop beeping, damn it, I'm just trying to start the engine.
Overspeed.
Imagine you just turn it off. Like, you think I was like overspeed. Like, what the fuck?
I think my flight computer is an introvert.
What the fucking seatbelt for?
I watched an SNL skit about Scottish ATC yesterday, and it was surprisingly hilarious. They had, fuck, I don't know his name, James something, the well-known Scottish actor playing an ATC, and it was pretty funny, trying to understand what he was making an effort to impart to the pilots in an emergency.
Short runway 31 left, and taxiway Mike Alpha, Juliet cross runway 4 left, Juliet, from pit 4823.
Need that trim.
Yeah, I think I don't know when the next time I'm gonna be able to find like any 30,000 series of the NVIDIA graphics card. So I'm just gonna buy like a high-end gaming, not PC, but laptop for now.
You could probably find the same card I got. I didn't have too much trouble with it. If you're not hung up on getting some 3080 or 3090.
I'm not hung up on it. It's just here, though. It might be easy for you there, but here, people are taking any chance they can to price gouge.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna. That's the case here too. I won't. I won't lead you to believe otherwise. But I definitely paid, fuck, I don't know, twice MSRP for my mid-range graphics card. But I got one. That's all I can really say.
Because I considered, I was like, maybe I'll get like a 2080 in the meantime or some shit. And like people charging, like for the price they're charging for a fucking 2080, I'm like, shit.
Well, I mean,
I'm
half the
another
reason I
scoop up.
went with this 3060 Elite is like it was cheaper than 2080s, and it's cheaper than everything else above it, obviously. And in terms of performance, like,
It's pretty damn good for me.
well, I'm sure some like super techie nerd out there will call me out, but based on everything I could see, it was basically as good or better performance-wise as the 2080 Ti, and the one big difference is that it's made to support ray tracing, right? And
Yeah,
DLSS. So I've got the performance of a 2080 Ti with native support for DLSS. So like that alone, I think is worth the money I spent, albeit I spent more than it was worth.
yeah. Yeah, I'll probably look into it.
But like I think a 2080 Ti was, I don't even know, four, five, $600 more than the card I paid for, and for no reason that I can think of other than it's a more popular last gen card.
That's probably what it is.
I think people just wanted to say they had the top of previous generation versus the bottom of the current generation. Like, well, I don't really give a shit about that. I've got, I didn't get the base 3060. My 3060 has 12 gigs of RAM, and you know it's got a triple fan cooler. It's a beast of a card. It just, yeah, it's not a 3080 or whatever. It serves all my needs. I mean, outside of VR, I can put every setting in this sim on ultra. What more could I want? Like, oh, I've lost my VOR frequency. Much sooner than I expected. Our inbound is 113.2. Way too far away to catch that yet.
I want to do a transatlantic flight in a longitude, but the fucking thing won't follow the autopilot. It won't follow the waypoints.
Can you set the autopilot to just go off heading and just set it and forget it?
You can, but it still doesn't like to listen sometimes. I don't know what the hell's going on with that thing. It used to work for a while, then like after Sim Update 5, it just started going fucking crazy. And I don't really fly it enough to where like even when I'm back on PC, I don't really fly it enough to where I would feel the need to have an add-on for it.
I mean, there's really only a handful of aircraft that I fly with any regularity whatsoever. I fly the MB339 because it's my go-to for VORs and stuff while doing my around the world. I fly the Just Flight Piper Arrow 3 because it is an insanely well-made GA aircraft. I fly, you know, the T1 and the T45. I'm a big fan of the Coronado Waco, but
Yeah.
I haven't flown it in a while. And then, of course, my favorite plane of all, the Tomcat.
Oh shit, what's the altimeter? I forgot. This is live. I forgot to put the altimeter. Altimeter is 299.6. Yeah.
Good to know. I've been muting my mic on my streams, but I didn't realize that it didn't mute you. So I'll apologize now for all the coughing I'm sure I've done in your ear.
Oh, you're fine.
Green light, destination number 10823. New York departure 10823 is at 1,500 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Drifting a bit off course. Which of course is dangerous because I don't have a frequency to follow. We're going blind right now.
I forgot how to set the fucking autopilot in this. Oh wait, here.
It's probably a hotkey.
I found it. Hey, don't try to kill yourself. We're not suicidal here.
That's usually the first thing my autopilot tries to do too. Like, this is my whole purpose for living, and then tries to crash the plane into the fucking nearest mountain.
We're just doing this to see if the fucking... Don't tell me you're broken too. Don't tell me your autopilot is broken too.
Climb and maintain flight level 180.
Climb and maintain flight level 180 and 823.
Indeed it is.
Why is Twitch spamming me with creator achievements? Man, I don't give a shit about these fake achievements in Twitch. Just tell people how cool my stream is. that's the achievement I want. We've emailed 50 people and told them about you.
It would appear that no, the autopilot in this doesn't want to work right either.
I got my first spam. I got people asking me if I want to be famous.
Are you moving forward?
I can say with a great deal of certainty that I really have no desire to be famous at all. In my experience, being famous means you have to start giving a shit what other people have to think or say. And my integrity ain't for sale, Chris. I ain't no whore.
Amen to that.
I mean, unless the price is right. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, autopilot just does not want to work. Nice.
Sounds like piloting error.
No, I've flown this plane a lot. Usually it has worked. I set up everything as I normally do. Well, looks like we're turning around back to...
I kind of wish I had start a stopwatch or something when I lost my VOR, because I honestly have no idea how far away I am. I'm super flying blind and just praying that I pick up this frequency at some point.
Yeah, APU doesn't. The autopilot doesn't work. Where are you going? Why are you turning?
Pretty interesting terrain here, though. Lots of mountains and hills. I imagine the elevation data is just right fucked. Be interesting to see when this is updated.
Yeah, autopilot won't fucking activate.
1042, please expedite your climb flight level 180.
And when it does activate, it just turns and goes straight. Ah, typical Microsoft.
Well, here's the thing. If you turn it on and you had missed a waypoint at some point, it'll like 180 your ass to try and get that waypoint right away. So like,
It's not even that. That's the issue. I wouldn't be mad if it did that, because I know it's on the autopilot, but it's not even doing that. It's going straight. All right, back to New York we go.
I know I'll regularly miss my like time climb waypoint, and then I'll tick on my autopilot and it'll just 180 me. I'm like, what are you doing? No. And I think there's a way that you can like skip to your next waypoint, but I honestly don't know how to do that.
No, we're not. Don't lie to them. We're going back to New York. Cancel IFR. Probably, what the fuck is going on? We gotta go back to New York. I just need to, I think this is LaGuardia right here.
I should eventually fly over a river. I think it's a river. It may not be a river, it may be some kind of valley. But this looks pretty river-esque.
New Park Liberty.
See, eventually I intersect here, so that's gonna be when I know that I am a little over 50%.
I don't know which fucking weapon is 2-2 fucker. I don't fly to these fleets. I don't fly to Liberty. I don't know which. Fuck. Here's what I'll do. I'll just fly over it, get an idea of where it is, and then come back around.
That's how I approach almost every airport if I don't have my landing guides on.
Clear to land. 24823.
Yeah, because there's JFK over there. So this is Liberty right here, but I don't know which fucking runway is 22 right.
Say hi to Kennedy Steve for me.
Bro, it'd be dope if they got him to add his voice in.
Oh,
Dude.
man. If they put fucking Kennedy Steve's voice as ATC in this game, I would never go anywhere else ever again. I'd be a lifer.
JFK loaded 24/7.
That would be...
Everybody flying in and out of there.
That would be so great.
Oh, I think this is 22 left. I am too high. Will you shut the hell up? I just have the flags out. I'm not ready to land yet.
I kind of thought this greenery was going to lead me to the river I'm intersecting with, but I guess I was wrong.
I don't know if this is the right one way or not, but we're going to find out soon.
You'll find out when they yell at you.
You were not cleared to land on this runway.
I got a number for you to write down.
That.
Oh, I see what could be a river. I may have found my intersection point. We'll know soon.
Can I get the fucking chance to, finish like my rollout first? Like, damn, I just touched down.
Get out of the way. Alright, I'm going to assume this is my river. It looks incredibly river-esque.
Looks like I'll be using A320 after all. Those are trying to.
A river looking like a river is a hell of an accomplishment for this sim sometimes. Did you see those screenshots I posted, man? Where that texture was like painted on like a toddler did it?
Yeah, that happens sometimes for whatever fucking reason.
Not following the river at all.
I've had it happen like one time. Other than that, it sounds
Alright, so this means we should be, 135-ish miles out from our destination, presuming that I'm not completely wrong, and this is not the river that I'm looking for. Time will tell. I think we've been doing an okay job keeping our heading. I hope we'll pick up our frequency in the next 30, 40 miles. Fingers crossed.
Gotta love when ATC breaks.
Yeah, every now and then the voice will just stop for me. Like, it's a little off-putting.
In keeping with realism, I guess I'm taking off from Newark Liberty. I'm gonna have to come back in A320. Damn, I really wanted to use this plane because I love it. I love using it on short routes. Like, love it.
Oh, I was trimming the wrong way. That awkward moment.
Well, that'll do that, right?
I'm intersecting another river. Now I don't know where the shit I am.
Passengers, why are we at Newark Liberty? Well, the plane didn't work. That's why. These are gates. Citation does not need a gate.
I think that's confirmed that my oxygen reserves are depleting.
Just passed out.
Well, I was saying that earlier. I think it'd be cool if I ran out of oxygen and then my pilot actually, blacked out or something. They could simulate it using G effects. You need if the
Yeah.
pressurization of your cabin mattered, that kind of thing. Okay, if I hit Everest, I've gone too far.
The part that really angers me about this plane and why there is no fucking cabin view is because you can literally see the cabin behind you in the CJ4. But there's no view in the cameras to you can get in there to do it.
Can't you, free look your camera and move it back there?
I tried that one time. It let me for a little bit, and it was like, nah, that's doing that.
Looking at that kind of stuff, I like using Xbox controllers for. You just hold down your left bumper and then move it around.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do. Too, I used my controller to do that, and it still wouldn't let me.
Weird.
I can get in here and free look, but it's not stable enough because when you're flying, you got turbulence and shit, and the camera for whatever reason doesn't stay stable, so it's really hard to get the view of it.
I mean, why are you back there when you fly in anyway, man? Are you pretending to be a stewardess?
Well, no, I just use it after I put on autopilot just to get different cabin views and shit.
You just want to pretend you're a passenger for a while.
Yeah, pretty much. Until something goes wrong, then I gotta run up to the cockpit.
Wouldn't that be hilarious in real life? The pilot just kind of sets things and then comes back there and eats peanuts, and then something goes wrong and he's like, shit, and he has to run up front again.
Slightly disturbing, but hilarious at the same time. Wait, so who the fuck was up there the whole time? The autopilot.
Mm-hmm. The door opens in the cockpit, and you just see those inflatable co-pilot things from the movie Airplane. All right, I'm hitting the worry and pray stage of my flight, where I've flown so long in the dark that I'm just very scared that I'm not going to pick up this frequency, and then I won't know where the hell I'm going.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I kind of think this is. I mean, it can't be a lake. I don't know. It's like some valley.
Yeah. Having a beard when waking up and it's just full of lint for no reason. The fuck did the lint even come from? I just realized something. If it's 3:42 there, it's here. It's around 6:42 on this place. Where the fuck is the sun?
Where are you?
I'm on the West Coast, and I was thinking, like, wait, if it's 6:42 over there on the East Coast, and I was just in Newark Liberty, where the fuck is the sun? It should be peaking up at least.
I don't know. Depending on what the latitude is, like, the sun doesn't rise here till fucking 9 a.m. or some shit.
Yikes. By the time like 6:30 a.m. hits over here, the sun is poking up over the horizon. Looks like I'll be taking off Newark Liberties and stuff. I don't know if you're actually here, but if you are. Delta.
What?
Oh, no, I was just saying Delta. But I said it with a country accent. Delta. That's just heavy good.
Is this the C thing? God, I hope that's the C thing.
The C thing?
I mean, on Sky Vector, it obviously can't be a sea, but it looks like a river feeds into this area, but it's like a depression between the mountains, like a valley, I guess.
Yeah.
This area here. I'm hoping that what I'm seeing is this part of it over there, and then as I approach the DOR frequency will pick up. Or I'm hoping that as I approach that ridge, it'll be defined enough that I can tell where I am and kind of go from there.
Where am I going? I don't know. Charlotte Douglas.
I do have alternative frequencies here. Maybe I'll try this. 109.00.
Oh, hey, this is only a 50-minute flight. 1 hour and 5 minutes. Not bad.
Okay, that did nothing.
On 1 hour left. And that approach hopefully doesn't bug the fuck out. You ever done a longer flight and so you put in your approach, but then somehow the fucking sim adds another approach on top of it for no fucking reason?
No, I mean I haven't really messed around with any proper approach configuration.
It's very fucking annoying. You would think the sim would know, oh hey, they already have their own approach. Let me not. What? No. That's too much like, doing shit maybe the right way. Side note, I want rain. Or maybe snow. No, let's go clouds for now.
I see some kind of body of water, but I honestly don't know what the heck it could be.
It's the tears of the lost in the dam.
So it's my tears?
I don't know, could be. Are you the lost in the damned?
I stumbled across a whole lake of my tears. That's... Yeah, I definitely kind of feel lost and damned right now.
Imagine somebody actually does, like, name a lake or something like that they find. We shall name this the tears of the lost in the damned.
It probably exists. I have 2 frequencies to check now, and neither of them are giving me any hope whatsoever.
Of course I'd be parked at the gate wrong, because why park me at the gate right?
Oh, my frequency picked up, bro.
No, you can just glide on.
Well, now I can basically pull a 90-degree turn to get back on course because I apparently was not doing good. I was not keeping my heading very well.
Oh, yikes. You were flying blind.
But my frequency popped up at, just under 40 miles out, so I needed to get quite close.
Alright, that's good. Set that. That's there. I'm gonna go with a clearance.
I always get this like sense of alleviation when I capture that frequency after flying blind for a while, because the last thing I want in this around the world trip is to like completely lose track of where I am and have to like circle around, and like what a nightmare.
Yeah.
How would that be handled in real life, do you think? I would just like go to a frequency and hope someone can tell me where I am?
If you're lost?
Yeah.
I have no idea how that would go. That's a very good fucking question.
Like, presumably I could get close enough to tune to some nearby airport, right? And then I could just ask them, like, can you vector me in somewhere?
Probably, depending on where you're flying at, obviously.
Yeah, like if I'm in the middle of nowhere, then I'm gonna be hooped. I would pick my nearest destination to, a populated area and go.
Well, I mean, there's also the chance of, too, if you're lost. 9 times out of 10, there's always going to be aircraft flying, like, airliners or whatever flying over your area.
Yeah, so I could tune to, like, the general nav frequency or whatever. I know,
I'm pretty sure.
know it has a name.
I forgot the name of it, but I'm pretty sure there's like a general frequency where, you know, pilots can communicate with each other in case of emergency.
Yeah,
When there's,
well, it's what they use when it's an uncontrolled airport too, right? Like to tell you where you are, and
oh, like Unicom. Oh, okay. Well, I think
maybe
maybe
it is.
that might,
Yeah, it might actually be Unicom. That makes sense.
yeah, I think Unicom frequency, I think that might work too, while you're in the air. I don't see why it wouldn't, so I guess that would be your option.
Hmm.
Like, hey, my systems are like screwed and I have no idea where I'm at. And then what they could do, because obviously they'll have more advanced systems that can probably reach further than yours, they could probably contact like the nearest center.
Or I mean, I'm sure they would be completely capable of just like vectoring me to a nearby airport. Like they could just give me a heading or something, right?
Probably, I mean, you probably have one of them like look up the closest airport and then like give you the heading. They'll probably ask like, can you still see your heading and stuff?
Yeah.
If you can, and it'll make things a lot easier. They could just tell you, like, give you a general heading, and they'll probably let you know in such and such miles you'll be able to contact like center frequency or something.
In my aircraft, I could probably tune an air-to-air frequency and see if they can like pick up a distance or heading to me.
Yeah, that too.
But I'm not sure if every aircraft has that ability.
Well, airliners obviously do, but I don't know. Like when you're talking other general aviation aircraft, I have no idea.
Yeah, like a Cessna, probably not, right?
Probably depends on which one it is. If it's like a newer one, it may have it. Like if it's like a newer like 172, then those might have it. I don't see why a newer one wouldn't.
Hmm.
That can be crucially important sometimes.
All right, we're very close to our airport now. I think we're going to Zulu Lima X-Ray Yankee. Let's double check. Yes,
I'm
we
pretty sure
are.
that's happened to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure that's like the scariest shit ever. When you're like you say you're in a Cessna or something and you're lost, but you're over mountains, so you just can't land in a field somewhere and try to figure out your bearings.
Right.
Because at least if you're like over a field or something, like an open field, you can probably get low, like, and if it's like you see it's like good enough like surface, so you can land and figure out like, all right, where the fuck am I?
Bust out a compass. Put your plane down and start looking at moss on trees.
Like sniffing the air for airplane, airplane
Give your finger
exhaust.
one of those, and you're like, oh, I've got a 20 knot wind at 390. Wait, 390 isn't the heading.
You just sitting there like, I smell airplane exhaust from heading 020.
Airplane exhaust. Can you imagine?
Smells like an A330. Smells like it's on the ground. I'm going that way.
You get there and it's just a tire fire. Like,
You just happen to see a strip of fucking asphalt. You're like, well, it's an asphalt run. It's asphalt. It's a runway.
yeah, it'll do.
You see cars start beeping. Like, move, bitch. I'm landing. I don't care.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you're in a car and a plane is coming down, you should just get the hell out of the way as soon as possible.
Yeah, you move. Because even if it's a small plane like a Cessna, like 152 or something, you move. Why? Because that thing is carrying more fuel than you will ever carry in your car.
It's, I mean, I would just treat it like an emergency vehicle. Like, get out of the way as best you can.
Seriously. And I've seen videos of like where some people have had to do emergency landings on the highways, and the cars are still trying to go past. What the fuck is wrong?
That is an airplane. What? Why aren't you stopping? Like,
Even your big ass SUV isn't gonna stand a chance if one of those blades hits it.
yeah.
Rip straight through.
I've seen YouTube videos of airplanes on short final with like a road that crosses off the end of the runway, and it like clipped his fucking landing gear.
Damn.
Yeah, they like clipped their gear on the roof of an SUV and went ass over head.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. It's absolutely fucked the SUV.
Mm-hmm.
There was no coming back. Oh hey, there's human. I think they're waiting for me to get the hell out of the way. How nice, because usually sometimes when you do this, they just plow straight through you. They actually have some common decency for once. What do you know?
EQS 042042 follow the generic on the runway. Wind 044 at sight. Cleared to land runway 05 right. Shanghai 885
Oh, I should
exit
probably
runway
turn on my
with table.
taxis.
Follow the generic on runway.
Cleared to land runway 05 right EQS 042042.
This guy's looking like, sir, are you going to get the fuck out of the way? Well, sir, I'm starting my engines. I am sorry that I did not see you coming and that you need to turn into the specific spot. But I do appreciate you waiting like a nice person, not like taxiing through me like some assholes do.
Shanghai 885 exit runway with table.
Shandong 885 better get the shit out of the runway, or I'm gonna go through him. If I get a go around, I'm gonna be mad because of this fucking AI traffic.
Yeah, they take for fucking ever to like get off the runway. Like they'll have been turned off their reverse thrust and everything. And they're just still taxiing down the runway. Get the fuck.
Mm-hmm. They only care about themselves.
I believe my engine's like started to open up engine one.
Shanghai 885
God, Shandong is still in the friggin' runway.
I can't wait till there's like an add-on. So like when I'm flying like the 7.8 or the PDM. Well, I'm pretty sure the PDMG or PMDG 7 will no doubt have the correct sounds. But I wonder if there's like a sound pack add-on for the 787, so I can hear those glorious GE and GE9X engines.
Take a look at that FS realism add-on that everyone was going on about.
I've looked at that one, and like some of the sounds
Oh
of
my god, they literally just gave me a go around, bro.
kind of figured that was gonna happen. This guy is literally patiently doing whatever the fuck he's doing. Are you gonna try to reverse thrust? Are you gonna try to reverse thrust into the fucking gate?
He finally turned off the friggin' runway. God damn.
I don't know why they take so fucking long.
Going to 124.3.
Because usually once you slow down, like the very next taxiway, they turn off and then they're like on their way. What the fuck is this person doing?
Whatever they want.
I think they were trying to turn around because I was taking too long, and now they're stuck. Sucks to be them. I mean, you gotta realize you're in a heavy aircraft, so yeah, you're not really gonna be you know.
Taxiing to general aviation parking by taxiway Alpha Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Echo Golf Shandong 8857.
There actually is an add-on already, like that deals with the static aircraft. It'll place like instead of like a regular one, just it'll place like different Boeings with their airliners and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Also Airbus, but it's only like static. So, but I think that along with the AIG add-on perfection, because now you don't have to see any more generic
Cleared to
looking
land
aircraft.
runway 05 right EQS 042042.
Receive my landing clearance again, so we'll try this again.
Another aircraft pops on the runway. Go around.
My
Bitch.
God. No, I would just put it down.
I had that happen one time. I didn't even realize that ATC recognized like other players when you're using ATC, but apparently they do. So this one dickhead was supposed to hold short, but didn't. Turned on the runway, and they're like Air France 652 heavy go around. I'm like, what the fuck? You were supposed to hold short.
Ain't no one got time for that.
You know, there's the people who'll be like, I didn't know I was supposed to hold short. Well, you shouldn't be flying if you can't pay attention to ATC directions. How do you say you didn't know you were supposed to hold short when it clearly tells you, hold short?
Maybe they don't even know where they're supposed to hold short.
You know, even if you don't know anything about aviation, I would think you would think hold short means to like wait at that point and not go on the runway.
Man.
Hold where you are. No. At some point, common sense has to kick in, right?
Man, that was basically the perfect landing. I'm super proud of that landing.
Oh, hey, there's a guy that just spawned on me. I'm not waiting for you because you spawned on the runway. This person taking off, or we're just gonna sit there and look retarded.
124 decimal tree EQS
You've already made yourself look
0420.
like an asshole for loading in on the runway, so you
Shanghai
might as
ground
well.
EQS 042042 taxi to parking.
There they go.
Man, when I'm off the runway, all rules are off. I don't follow taxiway lines at all. I just fucking go. I'm the guy that like beelines across a supermarket parking lot. I'm just like, no, I need to go there.
Alright, fuck this, I want rain. I like rainy takeoffs because why not? A little bit of rain never hurt anybody. Except people who have to do it once.
But a lot'll kill you. Isn't that a line from Jumanji? A little rain never hurt anybody, but a lot'll kill you, and then their house gets flooded.
I think so. Well, that's bullshit. I turn on rain and it's not raining exactly over me. It's raining in the distance. You asshole. Oh, I should probably get clearance to take off. That'd be nice.
Alright, we're nearly at parking. Oh, we're taxiing at 55 knots. It's gonna be fine.
Jesus,
Yeah, I don't have time for these speed limits. You know,
I'm tempted to turn on a storm because why not? Yeah, you know what? Let's take off in a storm. Fuck it.
oh look, I just found Shandong 8857. I should fucking shoot him right now. Got him in sights, missiles away. Pew pew.
God damn it! It's not landing over the airport. Yeah, fuck it. I guess lightning is better than nothing.
See, in the next generation of this sim, I would be able to tune to frequency, call out to that aircraft, and be like, "You're a dick. I had to go around."
Right. Well. Would you look at that? It's just a fucking dry lightning storm over here right now. The worst kind of lightning. Literally.
Like the lightning that forms in volcano cloud plumes.
Those are the most dangerous types of lightning, dry lightning.
You'd think it'd be safer, because water conducts electricity, right? I mean, if you're dry...
I mean, I guess it's because, instead of like striking in the air because of all the water, it has more of a tendency to hit the ground.
Mm.
And if you're deciding to be in an open field, and you get caught in the middle of it, don't try to run. Just lay the fuck down to make sure you're not the tallest thing around.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think the wetness of the storm really matters. If you're in a lightning storm and you're standing in an open field, you've already fucked up somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, you've already made poor decisions leading to this point. You should reassess those. Oh my god. Shandong 8857 is being told to hold position now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what the runway I was supposed to take off from, but you know what? What did I say? I don't know.
See if we can inch forward a little bit. Get this guy to give
Oh,
us
yeah.
a high five.
Try to take off. Fuck that
There
shit.
we go. We got our high five. Fuel up? Fuel up.
Xianyang ground EQS 042042. Could you please send a fuel truck?
Don't you just love storms?
Sometimes. Sometimes storms suck. Sometimes they kill people, bro.
That's valid. But as an asshole once said, no.
I was waiting for you to make a fart noise with your mouth. And that's a direct quote.
That's a direct quote. I'm gonna have to use that. Somebody says some shit I don't really care about. And as an asshole once said, but that's a direct quote.
I kind of like this game where you call for fuel resupply and then you bet on how long it'll take them to get to you.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's a hell of a storm.
I could just taxi over to that fueling depot rather than waiting, but
I'll take a screenshot and show you. Jesus Christ, that is a hell of a storm. Oh yeah, I do need to delete some videos off of my drive, don't I?
while we're waiting, looks like our next destination is basically due east of us. 093 Zhengzhou. I should not try to pronounce these things, I'll get flagged.
They'll say hate speech even though it's not really hate speech.
Right. Looks like there's a service warning in the area that we're going to be flying into, though. Severe ice, severe turbulence. I'll take it.
15,000 feet.
Tianyang Tower, China Southern, 630-617 miles southwest inbound ILS, Yankee runway 05 right.
Severe ice and severe turbulence, and
6306 Tianyang Tower.
oh, 4,000 feet.
0.40 with 044 at 5.
The turbulence is quite a bit higher, though.
Yankee runway 05 right approach.
Look at that. Look at that. That fucking damn English did not exist for a second. Look at that wing flex. There we go. That's the word for it. All right, let's get rid of these. Already got that one. But,
They say a fuel truck's on the road. I don't see one yet.
yeah, they take their sweet time coming, you know.
I think the longest I've seen anyone wait.
I almost waited like 15 minutes for one just to see it pull up. And it did. 15. Well, apparently this I don't have. Oh, neat. I don't care. I already have that. Damn, I really do a lot of I need to hear.
Tess. Can you hear me right now? Has my audio quality changed in any way? Oh, like it sounds better? Yeah, I don't care about that. For some reason my headset just like decided to turn itself the fuck off. This thing has been such a nightmare since I switched to it.
Z6007, turn next taxiway.
I was gonna say I was losing my patience, but I think I see my fuel truck in the distance. Yeah, like I assumed they were drilling it first. Guy's like, I'm on lunch.
Z6007, turn next taxiway. Tianyang Tower, Mile 768817 miles southwest inbound ILS, Yankee runway 05 right approach. Mile 7688 Tianyang Tower. Altimeter tree 0.40 with 044 at 5. Cleared ILS, Yankee runway 05 right approach.
Bruh, why is this guy? Just hurry up.
Exit runway with Eagle. Cleared ILS, Yankee runway 05 right approach, low height 7688.
Let's see if we'll get fueled up this time without any vehicular manslaughter.
China Southern 6306, follow the generic on the runway.
Oh, this guy is standing in a risky position.
Runway 05 right. Z6007, turn next taxiway.
Cleared to land runway 05 right, China Southern, 6306.
Oh, the guy just got run right over. Manslaughter achieved. You got squished, bro.
124.3, Tibet 6007.
Not with it. Why not? Sounds about right.
Triangling ground, Tibet 6007.
Fuel resupply complete.
Tibet 6007, taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha Kilo, Juliet Foxtrot Bravo Echo Foxtrot Charlie Echo Golf.
Oh my god. This guy's taxi clearance that he just got was the entire alphabet. Literally, taxi to general aviation, parking via taxiway, Alpha Kilo, Juliet, Foxtrot, Bravo, Echo, Foxtrot, Charlie, Echo, Golf.
Charlie Echo Golf, Tibet 6007.
IFG Tower, China Southern Tree 22516 miles southwest inbound ILS.
If I could get everyone to shut up long enough for me to get taxi clearance, that'd be great.
Southern 6306, turn next taxiway. China Southern
Everyone to bend to my will? Duh.
0.48 with 044 and 5. Cleared ILS, Yankee runway 05, right approach.
Oh damn, that is a cool screenshot.
Yankee runway 05, right approach, China Southern Tree 225.
China Southern 6306, turn next taxiway.
My aircraft just got struck by a fuel truck. He is now driving through my tail.
Shanghai ground EQS 042042 with Yankee request taxi to the
Both
active
of them are
departure
quite epic.
gate.
I think those are great screenshots.
042042 taxi to in hold short of runway 05 right, via taxiway. Contact tower on 124.3 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 05 right using taxiway EQS.
You're going to turn your wonderful screenshots into fake news.
Shanghai 7 Fit 80, follow the generic caller runway. With 044 at sight. Clear to land runway 05 right.
Oh my god, this fuel truck is like backing up over me again.
Runway with naval. Clear to land
Yeah.
runway 05 right low
He's
height.
definitely imposing his will on me. Alright, I'm not turning around. I'm just going to run over this marshal just like the fuel truck taught me.
China Southern 6306 exit runway with naval. China Southern 6306 contact ground on 124.3.
Going to 124.3, China Southern 6306.
The 09 or 3 is a heading. We're going to track outbound a while. Quite a while, I expect. Oh? Just watched someone come in for a landing.
Tianyang ground, China Southern 6306 taxi to parking.
Oh, it was AI for sure.
Southern 6306 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Kilo
I mean, it almost looked like he
Foxtrot
slew
Bravo
moded
Echo
down to the
Foxtrot
ground at the
Charlie
end there.
Echo
China Eastern Niner 04817 miles southwest inbound ILS Yankee runway 05 right approach.
Shanghai 7688 exit.
Yeah, they just like snap to the ground.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Bravo Echo Foxtrot Charlie Echo Golf China Southern 6306.
China Eastern Niner 048 Diane Tower. Altimeter tree.
Just sitting here holding short, waiting for a chance to request takeoff clearance.
Yankee runway 05 right approach. Shanghai 7688 exit. Runway with able.
Shenyang Tower EQS 042042 at runway 05 right ready for departure east departure.
EQS 042042 hold short runway 05 right. Traffic is
Guess
clear
I'm
on
holding
the
short.
runway.
Cleared ILS Yankee runway 05 right approach China Eastern Niner 048.
China Southern tree 225. Follow the generic on the runway. With 044 at sight. Cleared to land runway
Well, I won't.
05 right.
I won't wait that long. Oh my god, they just got clearance. They just gave clearance to land for another friggin' airplane on this runway.
Hold short runway 05 right EQS 042042.
Cleared to land runway 05 right China Southern 3225.
This bastard on short final, holding us up.
Shanghai 7688 exit. Runway with able.
My god, there's an airliner that still hasn't exited the runway. They're gonna give this guy a go around, and then I'm gonna have to wait again.
Shanghai 7688 contact.
Oh,
ground on
Bohai
124
7688 got out of the way. This guy won't get a go around. That's all right then.
124 decimal tree for Bohai 7688. China Southern tree 225. Turn next taxiway. Siam ground Bohai 7688 taxi to parking. Bohai 7688 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Bravo Echo Foxtrot Charlie Hotel. EQS 042042 altimeter tree 0.48 when 044
Got our takeoff clearance.
East departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 05 right. Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Bravo Echo Foxtrot Charlie Hotel Bohai 7688.
Cleared for takeoff runway 05 right EQS 042042.
We only burned 5% fuel waiting for clearance.
China Eastern Niner 048 when 044 at 5.
339,
Cleared to land
MB339.
runway 05 right.
Cleared to land
Yeah, I
runway
mean, I was just
05
idling
right
short of the
China
runway.
Eastern Niner 048.
Alright, here we go. Doesn't sound fun.
042 continue for east departure.
Or maybe it does sound fun.
Skyanyang Tower EQS 042042 continue for east departure.
Right.
EQS 042042 leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Skyanyang Tower EQS 042042 frequency change.
I overshot my VOR. Oh man, my like back/core is killing me right now.
China Eastern Niner 04 exit runway with Eagle. China Eastern Niner 04 exit runway with Eagle. China Eastern Niner 04 exit runway with Eagle.
Those are some high clouds. That's a big anvil cloud or whatever.
China Eastern Niner 048 turn next taxiway. China Eastern Niner 048 contact ground on 124.3.
One two four decimal three China Eastern Niner 048.
I look forward to changing frequencies away from this one. This airport is constantly beacon at me. Man, I'm supposed to get groceries today. I don't want to do that shit. I slept all day yesterday. Probably gonna need some altitude to get over these mountains. Could be 31. I mean, I don't know. I've never associated America with the phrase "eat healthy." Yeah, I completely agree with all that. The cost of eating healthy is just fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous, or the work investment, time investment to prepare a healthy meal is significantly higher. Like, yeah, I can buy a bunch of like bulk potatoes and carrots. Hooray! Ain't no one got time to fucking roast potatoes. You really don't have to look any further than soft drinks to get your examples of that. Like, I can buy 4 liters of Coca-Cola for less than water costs. So, where's the motivation to drink water? Water sucks. It is fucking wild to me that you live in the most prosperous country on the planet and you feel the need to boil your water before using it. Like, what a fucking joke. You guys should probably spend maybe less than a billion or less than $700 billion on your military and make it so your people can stop boiling their water. I mean, maybe, but like it. it isn't that way most places. The water here in Edmonton, and I worked for the utility company, is 100% safe. Like, well, I mean, it depends what you're tasting. Like, I won't lie, there you'll taste fluoride and you'll taste whatever chemicals they add, but it's not, it doesn't harm you. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure your guys' water tastes like you've been chewing on pencils all day. Yeah. Well, how much of that is the water and how much of that is your pipes? I was gonna say, never say never. Who knows? We're flying blind again. We immediately lost our VOR frequency. We're flying out of the mountains though as we proceed east, so once we're out of this range it might be a little easier on us. Starting to feel the turbulence they were warning us about here, even though I'm quite low. Yeah, the horrifying stuff I've seen online is microbursts, like dry microbursts that your plane flies through. There's like no rain, and then all of a sudden you drop 4,000 feet. Got my co-pilot bugging me. You wanna come up here, boo-boo? Come here. I fed you at like midnight. You don't need food. You can come hang out though. No, stay off the desk, boo-boo. Lay down. I think my city recently built or finished building a bunch of affordable housing places, and the rent that they're charging, yeah, it was like somewhere between $1,000 and $1,500 a month. And I'm like, affordable housing? I'm not even homeless, and if you put me in one of those places, I would be homeless real quick. Like, I couldn't afford that shit. I don't know. I just saw a bunch of articles that were saying that the rent in those places was much higher than even I could financially adopt. So, like, the idea that that was the affordable housing they were making people just blew my fucking mind. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you'll never find that in LA. I'm fortunate. I pay $8.25 a month Canadian for basically the entire basement. Well, not basically, the entire basement of a house. Um, you know, I have access to a backyard, all of this stuff. And that includes all utilities and fiber internet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's effectively what it is. Like I have the whole basement. I've got access to laundry. I've got, you know, a whole kitchen and a bedroom, a living room. It's bigger than any one bedroom apartment I've ever had. It has one bedroom, but my square footage is bigger than any one bedroom apartment I've ever had. But yeah, I've got an exceptionally good deal, and the people that I live underneath are fantastic. Like, I'm closer to them than I am with my family. So but anyone else in the city, if anyone else had a similar place that they were offering, anyone else in the city would charge $1,600-$1,700 a month. It lets me spend all my excess money on drugs and flight sim peripherals. Yeah, like my rent is cheap, and I don't drive, and I work from home, so my overhead is exceptionally low. But all that extra money goes to buying like a half pound a month. Or my VR headset. Things like that. Yeah, but Toronto is 1/4 the population of New York. And I heard that their living wage, what was calculated to be their living wage, was like 21 Canadian dollars an hour or some shit. Like, that's the only way you could stay afloat in Toronto. It'd be like $17 American an hour or something. maybe a little less than that American an hour. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've just kind of stuck my head in the sand with regards to most of what's out there right now, but because my situation is so good. But like, I do know that it is pretty much impossible to survive in many places in Canada on anything other than well above the minimum wage. When you consider that you need $21 an hour to like break even in a month, um, and the minimum wage is $15 or less, and your province's taxes are 15%, like, where does the money come from? No one makes that kind of money. I make like $7 or $8 higher than what was considered the standard of living wage in my city, and even that doesn't really give me a lot of breathing room. Like, hurrah, I don't have to like sweat it if I need to buy an add-on for Flight Sim, right? But the moment I need dentist work or I need to like go to the optometrist, it goes on credit. Like, I don't have the expendable cash for anything like that, and I make way more than what they calculated. So the world's fucking broken, man. We still gotta find money for kitty food, right? Yeah. Where are you going? You shouldn't be up there. You're gonna bump my throttle and then we're gonna all die. She's on the desk. She's exploring. She has to go say hello to the camera. And then probably lick the glass panel on my frickin' tower or something stupid. Cool. What kind, do you know? A little what? A pug? Yeah, I got Kerrigan off of Kijiji like 13 years ago or some shit. She's an old cat now. Aren't you? And you're a troublemaker. Yeah. I don't understand, Chris. My cat has been on stream for like a whole minute now, and I'm not a millionaire yet. Cats on the internet are supposed to be free money, or at least that's what I've heard. Right? Mm-hmm. Well, what I do because I have a pet is crash a lot because she's in the way. She's the worst co-pilot ever. She's like sitting on my dash. I'm supposed to get in my Rio seat, boo boo. Looks like our auxiliary fuel tanks are empty again. Bingo, bingo. Pull up, pull up. I fed you at midnight, boo-boo. I hope you're not expecting food right away, you chubby cat. .4.5 or 117.4. 117.4 is not the heading we want, though. We'll just keep waiting. We managed to pick up the frequency last time. We'll just be patient. Oh my god. Butter dipped in ragu. That's a new one. Yeah, the psychiatric hospital. Do it for the gram. Sure it didn't risk their life. I had a cousin who was just a fat ass who ate butter all the time. Adding ragu is like a step up in classiness. Yeah, he was just a fat piece of shit. I had no way to describe him. He was just, a big stick of butter. Right. And God help you if it's that 4-pack which comes in 4 different sticks. I want one giant stick that I can bite into so I can feel it between my teeth. And I gotta admit, I'm kind of hungry now. Not for butter, but like just food in general. I think I think I ate all my Friday burgers. I have to find something to snack on before I go grocery shopping. My oxygen capacity has gone down further yet. Yeah. Hello. Looks like we picked up our VOR frequency. Excellent. Had to wait to within 40 miles again. The only engine I've ever listened to with any interest in how it sounds is the Merlin engines on the Spitfire. That's some real Tim the Toolman Taylor sound and power. And then you spin out of control before you take off. That's a calling in sick day. I see the runway.
Zhang South Tower EQS 042 is 17 miles west, 10,100 feet with Oscar to land.
EQS 042 Zhang South Tower. Altimeter tree 0.56075 the tree. Make straight in runway 12.
Make straight runway
Fly straight
12.
in runway 12 EQS 042042.
China Southern 8969er, turn next taxiway.
Oh god, we're waiting on someone to turn off at the runway. I hope to god I can go in this time. No go arounds. Man, you speaking in tongues? I'm like, what is this fucking guy saying? He's casting spells for sure.
With 07, 5 to 3. Clear to land runway 12.
Clear to land runway 12 EQS 042042.
China Southern 35.
Truth.
4 turn next taxiway.
I'm sorry, 3,000 for rent? No. No. Yeah, I mean, that would never happen. If I was ever faced with having to pay $3,000 in rent, I'd buy the nearest axe and I would start chopping down trees to build a fucking cabin. Those aren't your trees. Take me to jail. At least it's warm. Like, there's no way. Nope. If society gets to that point, I give up. I'm just gonna do whatever I want until someone locks me up. Now it's your problem to keep me alive. Oh man, I was 500 feet off the ground before I put my frickin' landing gear down. If I did, I disregarded it. Yeah, but then you run into the problem of, like, at my current economic level, I could afford the mortgage on a house no problem. But you know what I can't afford? The $50,000 down payment. Like, does no one any good if they can if a mortgage costs less than rent.
1820 already on the runway. With 07, 5 to 3.
Yeah.
Clear to land runway 12. Clear to land runway 12 Junior Airlines 1820.
It's-
EQS 0420.
Well, it's like, it's just one more way where the rich get richer, right? It's the best example I've ever heard is regarding work boots. So, you know, if you're a poor person and you need work boots to work, you may not be able to afford the $500 work boots that last 20 years, right? So you instead spend $35 on a pair of work boots and have to replace them every year for 20 years and end up spending exceptionally more money, right? So if you're wealthy to begin with, you have the ability to invest in things like high quality things, high quality boots, high quality places to live, so that you're not constantly having to pay upkeep on them or replace them. And it's just another way that the poor people can't get forward because they have to constantly pay for new shit.
042 contact ground on 121.975.
121.975 for EQS 042042.
Probably more, probably closer to 3 or 325.
Thanks out ground EQS 042042 taxi to parking.
EQS 042042 taxi to General
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I heard of a house that cost $300,000. Like, you will get 2-bedroom, just pieces of crap houses that are infested with termites for 700 grand these days. some of the like bigger cities, you know, the value of that house has nothing to do with the house. It's the land it's on. So like, you know, you'll buy a house that's smaller than the apartment I was in university, and it'll cost you over $1 million. Well, like I saw an article just recently about this one strip of land, and it was literally the width of this strip of land was less than a foot, right? Less than a foot of land, and they were selling it in Toronto for like $80,000 or something. Yep, because it was between these two buildings, right? And you know, they were selling it because they expected that people would buy it and hold on to it until one of the two developers, you know, took over the whole lot of land and wanted to buy it out. So yeah, I don't know. Real estate's ridiculous. Just let people live, for fuck's sakes. Especially in Canada. Where do you get off charging millions of dollars for some friggin' piece of land when our whole country is empty? Where's the supply and demand, bro? Yeah. And it's not, I mean, you say harsh environment, like, I'm not talking we have to move up to the Yukon to find free space, right? Like, if you exit Edmonton, there is hundreds of kilometers of open fucking field between Edmonton and the next city. So where like, why can't we just, you know, make that more readily available? There's countless millions of square kilometers of boreal forest, and I'm not advocating for the destruction of the boreal forest by any means, but like, we could probably develop more than what we have, or at least open it up so people could live there for much cheaper than what's available elsewhere, provided they don't need the amenities of a city, right? Oh damn, this fuel truck was right on time. It came like real quick. I got a parking spot over here. Fueled up.
Thanks out ground, the QS 042042. I am done with fuel services.
Alright, I have reached my 4-hour and 45-minute mark in my stream, so I'm going to need another break here soon. It wasn't my intention to go all the way to Shanghai this morning, but that might be a good place to stop if I can make it the rest of these legs. God. I was just outside of Beijing when I started, but it's not a straight shot. Like, I'm going VOR to VOR, so I went 500-600 miles west, and now I'm going back east to Shanghai. But my next two legs should be... Oh my bad, there's 3 legs there. Another 460, 70 nautical miles and I'll be in Shanghai. I could do that. I could do that, but I am going to need a break. I need a bathroom break. I need a smoke break. I need to find food because I have not eaten, and we were talking about food, butter, I guess. Okay. All right, we put up our "Be right back" sign. I'm gonna go quick AFK. I'll be right back, bro. If you continue talking, people will probably hear you. FYI. So don't turn on your furry porn. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Alright. My single Twitch viewer has fucked off. Alright, so we're heading outbound on a heading of 138 for 217 nautical miles. The food situation in my place is pretty dire. I got these chocolate muffins that are stale as all fuck. But that's basically the only food I have in my fridge right now. There, my flight sim stream has just become a mukbang.
Zhengzhou ground EQS 042042. Request taxi for east departure with Oscar.
EQS 042042, taxi to and hold short of runway 12 using taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 118.3 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 12 using taxiway Alpha EQS 042042.
Those are always the most interesting approaches. It's completely blind. Can't see anything, can't see anything, can't see anything. Oh, there's the ground. Yeah, right? Oh, that's the tower. Tower, I have a fire truck on the taxiway. Move. Please get out of my way. I'm trying to get to Shanghai. started snowing here sometime in the last couple hours. It's like the big white fluffy snowflakes. Bust out the hair dryers.
South Tower EQS 04204 to ready at runway 12 east departure.
EQS 04204 altimeter tree, 0.56 the tree. Traffic is generic, on final. East departure, approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 12.
Cleared for takeoff runway 12 EQS 04204.
Wow, I was just given takeoff clearance when we have generic on final. I mean, you seem pretty close. Maybe not. Whatever. We'll just take off real quick. It'll be fun. Flap set. Let's go. Can't see shit, Captain.
EQS 04204 to continue for east departure.
South Tower EQS 04204 to continue for east departure.
Capital Jet 5373 exit runway when able. EQS 04204 to leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
South Tower EQS 04204 to frequency change.
The worst plane for what? Oh. Can't you use differential thrust? Just like thrust up one of your engines. Oh, those stale ass muffins hit the spot. Truth. Someone break out the big stairs. I mean, you probably just wouldn't be flying if the weather's that bad. I don't know, how bad does the weather have to be before they keep flights grounded? Like, that's a common thing, isn't it? Maybe it depends on how many Karens are on board. Yeah, but like regular protocol and all that goes out the window when you've got 180 Karens screaming at you. Like, what if they're going to the Karen convention? I mean, you you say that, but like, just get that plane in the air, and if it crashes, so? Oh no. Some crazy will try it. Oh man. I would, if I ran an airline, I would have all my passengers have to walk by duct tape storage before they got to their seat. Just let them get a good eyeful of all of the duct tape I have available should any of them get rowdy. I would duct tape my rowdy passengers to the roof, and then the first, like, significant turbulence we hit, they'd fall and land on their face. Why does that river just stop? Maybe it's not a river. Like, look, there's a river texture that is clearly not on a river whatsoever. The AI just said, fuck it. This road is a river now. We've lost our outbound frequency. One 109.8 is our inbound. I have a growing number of users in my Twitch chat, and I'm convinced they're all robots. What happened to the ground texture here? Oh my god. It looks like someone painted it green with like the brush tool in MS Paint. Bitrate on Twitch seems to be pretty variable. Seems to go from choppy to not choppy to choppy. YouTube stream seems smooth, albeit delayed. Flying through some clouds. The Super Hornet? I mean, it probably doesn't. It probably turns into like a paper plate in the wind. Yeah. I wouldn't try to make any like hard turns into a crosswind, let me put it that way. Oh shit, I am like so far off course, it's not even funny. Cool, we get some gusty wind. We may actually get to see what happens when my oxygen runs out before we get to Shanghai. That's exciting. If my oxygen flow gauge doesn't turn off when that happens, I will be very disappointed. Stop watching what? Oh. I can't remember the last time I saw an episode of Family Guy. Did you load in on the runway? Maybe your, like, AI piloting stuff got turned on somehow. Well, there's no contention there, but there are lots of things that happen that probably shouldn't happen in this sim. Hey, I picked up my inbound BOR frequency, and I'm like 140 miles out even. That's good. Recognizing things by sound is a whole new level of nerdery that I can't foresee myself getting to. Yeah, yeah, she was right. Like, I don't know. I would consider myself more attuned to aviation than the average person by this point, and if I was staring at a 787, I would not be certain that it was a 787. like, like, like if it didn't have 787 scrawled across its tail, I would not be certain at all. Right. Well, like I can pick out an A320's landing gear because it's got like the butter machine, right? But then I think the Dreamliner has the tilted gear as well, doesn't it? Right. You could fly at a wall head on and still land landing gear first. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just a matter of when it's tilted like that, as you approach and descend, it allows your wheels, your back side of that tilt to touch down first, and then like presumably the hydraulics from that point will slow your descent, so you're not gonna like slam down from there. Your wheels are gonna kind of like slow you onto the ground. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I don't have. and I mean, this is completely speculation. I'm not an engineer or anything by any means, but like, that wouldn't surprise me if there was a lot of pressure. But you can only compress like a liquid at a certain rate of speed. So your options are either slow your descent or blow the steel hydraulic pistons open. And maybe that's possible, but I don't know. Yeah. I was gonna say Ryanair. Flaring takes energy. Char- Charging batteries is expensive. Yeah, but that's not true because like they're known for having super rough landings and super rough flights and stuff, right? But like the consumer's perspective of what's super rough is a far cry from what an aircraft can actually sustain. Like, well, and the reality is, I think that an aircraft can probably touch down so hard that the people inside would be injured long before the aircraft itself was broken. Like, it's just how they're built. Like the turbulence that you feel. I was watching a bunch of videos on this kind of stuff, and like the turbulence that you feel may scare the shit out of you as a passenger. You may even be lifted out of your seat, but the aircraft is designed to withstand like twice or three times that turbulence. So you're you're pretty much fine. It's just a really bumpy ride. Yeah, like you can be airborne and just zero G inside the fuselage, but like the forces required to damage or snap that fuselage are like astronomical. Like, yeah, they loaded it up and sent people back the other way. It'd be exciting. I just turned my 787 into the vomit comet. Did you say fuck Texas? Oh, taxi. It's like, oh man, what? I mean, Texas sucks, but did it do something specific? Overspeed. Overspeed. Clack, 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 clack. Echo Quebec Sierra 4-2 requesting reroute due to CBs. was watching funny ATC videos on YouTube, and one of them's funny. The pilot was talking to I think it was ground. He's like, call sign to ground. I just need to know which direction you want me to face. And he's like, well, you better face forward. If you're facing the passengers trying to fly the plane, they get scared. You sassy son of a bitch. You're in some airliner, right? What's your flight level? $40,000 feet. I almost never see that high. Say my Tomcat would get up there just fine. I just tried to use my muffin as a mouse. God damn it. Why is my double click so squishy? Twitch is obviously broken. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours and I have no subscribers, so something's wrong. I'm not showing enough cleavage. Here, let me just unzip my sweater here a little bit. Get some chest hair showing. That'll get me the subs. Yeah, I get a $1,000 donation as soon as my sweater comes off. That's how the big ones do it, right? If you get any higher, I might be able to see you from where I am. Pretty much the other side of the planet. You'd have to have quite the altitude for me to see you. Checkmate, Flat Earthers. I was gonna say the Concorde. Is there a Concorde available? I thought I heard one was coming out sometime. Yeah, I would get a Concorde, for sure. Well, let me add an asterisk to that. I'll get the Concorde provided they've modeled the Droop Snoop. If that's not in there, then it's just a stupid looking plane as far as I'm concerned. Isn't vertical in the opposite direction down? Negative 93, yeah, probably. Pull up, pull up! You're still in an airliner, aren't you? Oh, you switched to the Super Hornet. I'm picturing you going like negative 93,000 feet per minute in a 787. Overspeed. Overspeed. Every one of your passengers is like just paste on your tail wall, like. We're gonna go. You know you're a great pilot if you can go from orbit to landing in less than a minute. Like settings other than turning off your aircraft stress? Like, is there a way to let your aircraft go higher? I guess you can edit the files for the aircraft in some way, right? Shots fired. Shots fired. I mean, sure, but coming from the other side of that coin, if you've played an actual game, this is the worst fucking game I've ever seen in my life. There's no objectives, there's no story, the multiplayer barely fucking works. Like, it's the worst game as well. So is it a reasonable sim? Or is it a shitty sim and a shitty game? Should we be playing something else right now? It's like, I consider this much more of a sim than something like Air Combat, whatever, like, you know, one of those. I can't even think of the name now. Is it literally Air Combat 7 or something that came out recently? I don't know. But those to me are more game-like. They're very arcadey. At least in this, they make a serious effort to be a simulation. They kind of make they have no delusions about being an enjoyable game. If you aren't enjoying the efforts that they're making for it to be a flight sim, then you're probably not enjoying it at all. Compared to what? Like, what do you consider these to be the very bottom? It's usually either X-Plane or this that people enjoy flying in. So what's the top then? Yeah, but I need an example of what is at the top then. So if you consider X-Plane and this to be the bottom of simulation, what is the top? I just don't think you can compare it to industrial level simulators. Like we're talking about home flight simulators, right? So you're right. It probably doesn't compare to Boeing, but how else does it? How does it compare to other simulators of a similar vein? You know what I mean? Yeah, like I don't know. I realize that it isn't as realistic as it could be if it were designed to train pilots. Um, I think it's good for an approachable alternative to people at home, while being complex enough to allow you to learn genuine aviation skills and things, right? Yeah, I mean it really comes down to what it is you're trying to learn. You're like if I'm looking to learn how to drive a
Update tower
car, right?
EQS
I'm not
04204, 13 miles northwest
I'm not gonna
2500
learn in
feet from
Grand Theft
Sierra
Auto,
Climb.
but like
EQS
no one else is gonna follow the rules, right? But like if I was in Flight Sim and I was using it to learn how to do navigation or learn how to read VOR or anything like that, then you could absolutely do that, right? Oh my god, this fucking airport is currently IFR only. Fuck off.
Update tower EQS 042042 is 11
It's
miles
just
northwest
cloudy.
1800
There's
feet
lots of
from Sierra
fog.
Climb.
EQS 04204 to Humphrey Tower. Altimeter tree 0.5, tree wind 056 at tree. Fly left downwind runway tree.
Make left downwind runway tree EQS 042042.
Going to. Oh, there we go. That's all right. I'm still not convinced that wake turbulence even exists in this sim, not in the open world. I don't know. We were trying it, like Zombie and I were trying it with very small aircraft in the wake of very large airliners, and we couldn't really get it to effect at all. I don't know. on another light aircraft? Well, that seems really dumb. I mean, maybe, you could be right. We just did some testing and came up disappointed. It's nothing like the wake turbulence that we experience in Reno, I can say that. This is wild. This whole area is IFR only just because of fog. Like, it's all it is. It's otherwise clear skies, but there's fog everywhere. What's my fuel at right now? Almost used my muffin as my mouse again. I should just do a touch and go. Is it too late to change my intentions?
Hub Bay Tower EQS 04204 to 1,700 feet, touch and go.
EQS 04204 to Hub Bay Tower. Altimeter tree 0.53, wind 056 at tree. Enter left traffic runway tree.
Make left traffic runway tree EQS 04204
EQS 04204 to wind 056 at tree. Clear touch and go left traffic runway tree.
Clear touch and go runway tree EQS
Cleared for my touch and go.
042.
I don't think I've ever been on approach and had my landing guides tell me that I was going the right speed. It's always like, too fast, too fast. Because then I'll never make it to the end of the runway. Like, I end up having to like pull back super hard on my stick to stay aloft long enough. What are those vehicles doing down there? They're just like driving around in a field. Oh, calm down. Oh, we're floating. Floaty, floaty, floaty. Touchdown. And now we're going to take off again, because this was a touch and go. My next heading should be 103, 100 nautical miles. Oh. I mean, we aren't already at the fun part. I was like trimming myself and getting myself all lined up, and I was actually nowhere near the heading I was supposed to be. Like I hadn't actually turned on the heading yet. One 3.6. You okay over there? You sound like you're choking to death. Oh, been there. Alright, so we're to heading 103 once we course correct for exactly 100 nautical miles. ATC's given me clearance for a touch and go that I've already completed, so that's great. Thank you for that.
Cleared for touch and go runway 33 EQS 0420.
Inbound VOR should be 113.6.
Hub Bay Tower EQS 042042 cancel landing intention.
EQS 04202, your cancellation is received.
I hate it when I overshoot my course correction. I feel like every time I'm trying to get on course, it's just like me doing a windy S route everywhere I'm trying to go. Cool. Getting a bunch of YouTube spam. That's awesome. What? Their creepy laugh. Sucks. We can't pick up our inbound yet. I mean, someone will catch you. If not a plane, then a missile. Yeah, the Tomcat can carry Phoenix missiles, which hit Mach 5. Yeah. So I mean, unless you're in like an SR-71 or something, and even then, it's just about getting lock, really. I think that's the real concern, right? Like, you can shoot a missile that gets to Mach 5, but if it goes in a straight line and doesn't hit anything, who gives a shit? You gotta get lock, so... Oh, first time chat from viewer. Someone asking if I want to be famous again. How loud they get? Yeah, I mean, when most people are comparing other loud things to something loud, they usually say jet engine. You just have to pop your speed brake and go vertical. It'll be fine, you'll slow down just fine. It's usually on the throttle somewhere. I have it bound, but it's usually on the throttle somewhere. Slow enough. You should be able to pop your spoiler / speed brake at any speed. Yeah, flaps they'll often like restrict what speed they'll drop. Same with landing gear, but your spoiler, that's what is meant to slow you down, so it'll open up at any speed. For some reason, in this 339, when you toggle your spoiler, oh, see, it worked just fine there. It has a 50% setting, so like sometimes my speed brake will only be extended 50%, so it's can be hard to kind of gauge, but it seems to be working fine now. Oh. I just got my oxygen low warning light. Let's see if my oxy flow goes off. I'm disappointed that I can't pick up my inbound frequency yet. I should be within like 30, 40 miles. Oh, and there it just came up at 37 miles. All of it. 100% of the chat messages I've gotten today have been spam. 100%. Makes me want to just disable chat. Like, why are you even bothering? I just like, what good do they do? Like, does anyone go to these websites that they link? Ever? What are they selling? Like, you want to be famous? Like, what? Fuck off. I'm just trying to play video games. Like, Ducks just popped up in my YouTube stream. I do kind of want to be famous, Ducks. You, That's the exact message I was getting on my Twitch stream, is a bunch of people saying, do you want to be famous? Is there an add-on plane for Flight Sim that is, fuck, I don't remember exactly what it's called, that big-ass Antonov. Maybe. The one that's, like, super big. Is there an add-on version of that for this yet? Oh, is it bad? Aw, if it doesn't have a custom cockpit, it's not even worth it download. It costs bandwidth. It counts. It costs time and disappointment. Yeah, that's it. Mental health for sure. I don't know, I wish there was something fun I could play around with, some new aircraft. I was thinking about getting the Grumman Widgeon, or whatever it is, that like big beast that can land on water. The price is right, like it's fairly cheap. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. and it's, oh man, it's so expensive.
Nanjing Tower EQS 042042 is 6 miles west, 5,000 feet with
It's on sale right now.
EQS 042042 Nanjing Tower. Altimeter tree 0.5 at 1 wind 035 at 4. Make left base runway 06. EQS 042042 wind 037 at 4. Cleared to land runway 06.
Cleared to land runway 06 EQS 042042.
I'm gonna have to like go around or something. What? Where's my landing guides? They gave me landing clearance before I acknowledged my pattern entry instructions, and now I don't have my landing guides at all. I mean, mostly me. I'm just gonna pick one of these runways here and hope for the best. It's my first flight. I see the ground, so we're just gonna put her down somewhere ahead of us. Right. April Fools. That would be your last flight as a captain. I'm sure you'd get turfed real quick. Yeah, Chris seems to think it's the AN225 ducks. Do you know anything about that one on flightsim.to? Because he was saying it was pretty low quality. Alright, the nose can be opened. I mean, that's pretty cool.
EQS 042042 exit runway when able.
Put it down. I think I even landed on the correct runway without my landing guides. Go me.
EQS 042042 contact ground on.
Nanjing Airport information
Shit. That's not what I meant to do.
118.225 for EQS 042042. Nanjing ground EQS 042042 request taxi to parking.
EQS 042042 taxi to general aviation parking using taxi
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha EQS 042042.
I can see it asking me to turn around. I have to enter the runway again in order to turn around to get onto my taxiway. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess I wasn't supposed to exit from this, like, runway entry point, but I just wish I could, like, turn around on the taxiway and go the correct direction instead of having to, like, enter the runway and turn around. It seems like my parking space is behind me. Ground requesting pushback all the way to parking. Got a couple airliners parked over there with some stairs. What is happening over there? It's like starts out with some J-pop jingle and then you dive into some death metal growling. It's like fun. Yeah, I'm familiar with that song. That's a good song. You're gonna get me flagged for copyright, you son of a bitch. On my very first stream. My god, the taxiway is so far away. Or I should say the parking spot. The taxiway is so long.
EQS 042042, hold position, caution, other traffic. EQS 042042, continue taxi.
Did you get,
EQS 042042, did you hear my last
what
transmission?
an idiot this ATC is.
Roger,
Um,
EQS 042.
There's an add-on that adds a bunch of stuff like that Zombie was talking about. Is it possible you have something like that?
042042, hold position, caution, other traffic.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
EQS
forgot you're on Xbox.
042042, continue taxi.
Roger, EQS 042042.
With some kind of doomsday weapon.
Managing ground EQS 04204.
I'd be surprised.
Please send
I
a
mean,
fugitive.
Edmonton has a whole ass hockey arena that was built in its downtown core, and it's still a pit as far as the sim is concerned. See, I feel like I'm on bingo oxygen, but my oxygen flow indicator is still working. 1 star. I'm in danger. The Church of Scientology, I think, is in California. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game in Hollywood. I mean, it's pretty much the name of the game everywhere, let's face it. Even this stream, just me being online right now is just, it's fake, right? If I didn't have this camera on, I wouldn't be wearing pants. My hands would be places I can't even describe. Like, everyone lives their life in a facade. Who knows what Dux is doing? He's not in voice chat. He's not on camera. He could be, like, slaughtering goats for all we know. Just say, you gotta eat something. I don't see my fuel truck. I'm hoping they just put a bunch of jerry cans on that bus over there. There's a fuel truck over there. It's a good thing they're fueling up that AI aircraft that is just static scenery rather than coming and bringing me fucking fuel. Yeah, it's like turn on batteries, enable fuel selector, turn on magneto. Oh yeah, your mixture. Yeah, it's true. I usually just set mixture full, prop full, throttle at 1/4 inch. I think, like, technically in some aircraft you're not supposed to go full mixture out the gate. Like the Piper Aero 3, you're supposed to start with kind of a low mixture until it gets started, and then you make it rich as the engine throttles up. Guess while we're waiting, we can prepare ourselves for our last leg into Shanghai. So it's a heading of 108. Maybe my speed brake sets itself to 50% when my gear is out. That would make sense. .9 is going to be my inbound frequency. If I ever get fuel, come on. Are your breakers popped? I haven't done any real testing with the breakers in the Aero 3. Like, apparently all that logic is modeled, but the stuff on ground, like, you know, the breaker for your pitot heat and all that stuff, it's kind of hard to tell if it works. I think the avionics one worked for me once. I want to get in the air and, like, pull my fuel pump breaker, right, and see what happens. Cutoff is usually hold all the way out, if I recall. Okay, if I don't get a fuel truck pretty soon, I'm going to taxi over to this fuel depot and just do it myself. What?
Nanjing ground EQS 042042. Could you please send a fuel truck?
EQS 042042, a fuel truck is on the road.
Rich, I think, will be pushed all the way in. They just randomly canceled my fuel truck request. Yeah, it is. Alright, screw it. No one has time to wait for this damn fuel truck. Out of the way. Honk, 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 honk. I'm gonna clothesline both of these dickheads. There. When in doubt, just do it yourself. I pulled up to the gas station and filled up my tank. We got a taxi for takeoff. East departure.
Nanjing ground EQS 04204 ready to taxi east departure will go.
EQS 04204 taxi to and hold short of runway 06 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 118.225 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 06 via taxiway EQS 04204.
No, my wing struck the gas station. We're all dead now. Ah. He was just taxiing, and all of a sudden he drove into a gas station. I don't know what the... That's what all the upgrades are. It's just soundproofing.
Nanjing Tower EQS 04204 at runway 06 ready for departure east departure.
EQS 04204 altimeter tree 0.5 tree wind 036 at tree. East departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 06.
Cleared for takeoff runway 06 EQS 04204.
Damn, I like blew through the last beverage that I got. It's completely gone. Flaps are set, heading set, full throttle.
EQS 04204 continue for east departure.
Nanjing Tower EQS 04204 continue for east departure.
EQS 04204 leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Well,
Nanjing Tower EQS 04204
destination. We're gonna put it down here and take a break from this trip before we fly around the entire planet in one day. Yeah, I mean, if you like put yourself in a fast enough plane and just gave yourself infinite fuel, it'd be interesting to go from one point to the next, just straight west or some shit. Maybe I'll do that sometime. That actually does sound like a cool idea. Circumnavigating the way I'm flying, even in a jet, takes a very long time. I'm like kind of going from country to country, making sure I go kind of north to south, all that kind of stuff. Don't sink. Don't sink. Kind of like that where I live. The airport is like nearly a 45-minute drive from the city. We actually have an airport right in kind of the heart of the city, but it's shut down. Like, it's not an airport anymore. It was. I think they're turning it into housing or something now. They finally ripped up all the stuff that was there. There's an aviation museum there now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they are. If I had to guess, that area is exactly the affordable housing stuff I was referring to earlier. My neck is giving me issues right now. What the shit? I've just come across something very strange. I mean, it looks like some sort of man-made island thing. It almost looks like a yin-yang. It's in this lake in China. I took a screenshot of it. I'll upload it into Discord in a moment. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this too. The world's longest dock. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Aw, let me get a screenshot of it. Stop being a bitch. There we go. there and put them in Discord. Oh shit, I put them in general chat, I think. My bad. I've lost my outbound VOR. Abort. Windy day. Seems unlikely. What is it? Oh yeah. I like coming across those things just randomly, like just unexpected, incredible things that people have done. stream is sure choppy from the external view. My sim is like perfectly smooth. So, if I had to guess, we are just about to start passing over these lakes here. I expect that's what this is. Which means we will be at maybe 70 miles out, 70, 75 to 80 miles out. I would expect to be able to pick up our VOR sometime in the next 20 miles. We got a pretty scary looking CV off our nose. Looks like someone set a nuke off. It's just this one dark pillar of cloud. That's cool. The cloud's like separating. It's turning into a tornado. Everybody run. Yeah, I mean, I kind of assume that, oh good, my weather's just glitching out. It's going from looking cool to being a glitchy mess. I kind of assumed that an airplane probably wouldn't fare well in a tornado, just based on what I know. Every time I fly into a really dense cloud, I'll blow a big vape cloud in front of me to really add to my realism. Alright, come on, you piece of crap. This VOR should be available any second now. .9, 116.9. We are easily here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It didn't work. It would have been real cool if it did work, though. That would have been internet famous. Oh, see, it would have worked. It definitely would have worked, but I was deviated from my course by 3 degrees, so that means it's going to be delayed by a few seconds. You'll see. There it is. They seem to pop up within like 38, 37 miles. It's kind of the range of them. Hmm. Yeah, for sure. I think the poverty line in like Toronto or major cities like that is more than I make. Oh boy, we're gonna get to fly right by these pointy, cool-looking buildings in the heart of Shanghai before we land, I think. Kind of did the same thing in Beijing. They have a few like handmade POIs there that I flew by. In what? Oh, I don't have slippers, but I wear flip-flops in my house all the time. I have another set of shoes that I'll wear if it's like wet or particularly cold outside, but other than that, I have just the flip-flops that I wear basically anytime I'm awake. Uh, I can't even remember the last time I wore socks, bro. The core of Shanghai is pretty neat. I want to fly through the top of that building. I mean, there's no way I'm going to do it now, but maybe later. Looking for Pudong, Zulu Sierra Papa Delta. Yeah, it's a really unfortunate name.
Pudong Tower EQS 042042 is 13 miles west, 3,400 feet with Charlie to land.
EQS 042042 Pudong Tower. Altimeter tree 0 decimal 47 wind 007 at 24. Make left downwind runway tree 5 left. Pudong Tower Junior Airlines 1042 heavy 15 miles south inbound ILS Yankee runway tree 5 left approach. Junior Airlines 1042 heavy Pudong Tower. Altimeter tree 0 decimal 47 wind 007 at 24. Cleared ILS Yankee runway tree 5 left approach.
Fly left traffic runway tree 5 left EQS 042042.
Cleared ILS Yankee runway tree 5 left approach Junior Airlines 1042 heavy.
Snowy. What's that in normal temperatures that the rest of the world uses? 8.3 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's a little chilly. A t-shirt, this guy said.
EQS 042042, follow the generic on final. Wind tree 46 at 7. Cleared to land runway tree 5 left.
Yeah, man. Keep telling the Canadian what it's like to be in real cold areas.
EQS 042042.
I mean, it would be reasonable. I'm not. I don't think it's a great temperature. I'm usually comfortable around the like low to mid teens. So
Juneau Airlines 1042 Heavy number 2 for landing. Follow the on base.
probably something like that. Yeah.
Cleared to land runway tree 5 left.
But like, I'm not gonna cry like an infant at 8 degrees by any means.
Juneau Airlines 1042 Heavy. China Southern 8756.
Yeah, none of that. I've been in minus 70, so yeah, which I think is like minus 80 or something Fahrenheit. It's to the point where our metrics invert. Like your guys will start getting colder than ours. I gotta give this some gas.
China Southern 8756, turn next taxiway. China Southern 8756, contact ground on 121.625. Going to 121.625, China Southern 8756. Juneau Airlines 1042 Heavy, go around.
I think it just made an airliner go around.
Going around Juneau Airlines 1042 Heavy.
Oh man, my vertical speed on touchdown was like 30 centimeters, a foot. I was like floating inches above the ground before I just like throttled back and touched down.
Going to 125.4 Juneau Airlines 1042 Heavy.
It was basically a perfect flare.
42042, turn next taxiway.
So, yeah. I just want to take this moment to point out that my rudder control on my throttle's rocker switch once again no longer works. and it was fine in takeoff. It was completely fine.
Ground on 121.7.
Going to 121.7 EQS.
Like I have to use my stick's rotation now, and I hate that.
Viewed on ground EQS
Yeah, but I never even think about it. I very rarely even know what's going on before it's too late.
Aviation parking using taxiway Delta 4 Delta, pop into cross runway tree 5 left, pop into Charlie Quebec 2.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I like right now I'm rebinding it to my rocker switch on my throttle, and it says that it's joystick slider X, but every now and then I'm going to uh, come in here and it's going to bind it again, and it'll say that it's bound to joystick axis X, or sorry, joystick axis Z.
EQS 04204, did you copy?
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Delta 4 Delta Pop It 2 cross runway 35 left Pop It 2 Charlie Quebec to EQS 042042.
Yeah. Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Delta 4 Delta Papa 2 cross one way 35 left Papa 2 Charlie Quebec 2. Oh, there's a traffic jam ahead of me.
EQS 042042, hold position, caution, other traffic.
Hold position EQS 042042.
Okay, so they're just not going to get the hell out of the way. Broken ass fuel trucks.
EQS 04204, do continue taxi.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to do that.
Roger EQS 042042.
EQS 042042, hold position, caution, the generic on the runway.
Hold position EQS 042042.
That generic on the runway? It's behind me in the opposite direction. I'm not holding position for that.
EQS 04204, do continue taxi.
Roger EQS 042042.
Cross runway 35 left. Papa 2 Charlie Quebec 2. Oh, We're on Charlie right now. Here's Papa 2. Oh. Hi.
EQS 042042, hold position, caution, other traffic.
I was trying to make sense of the taxiways that they were telling me to use. I do not see Quebec anywhere, so.
EQS 042042, continue taxi.
I mean, I found Papa 2 and Charlie, but yeah, I don't see Quebec 2. Maybe Quebec 2 is the name of my parking spot or something, I don't know.
EQS 042042, acknowledge last transmission.
Roger, EQS 042042.
Alright, so I'm definitely bingo oxygen, and the oxygen flow indicator just doesn't stop. So that's dumb. Yeah. Ta-da! Oh, man. I'm not sure why this says the flight was only 4 hours and 45 minutes. I've been streaming for over 7 hours. When I ended my flight and it popped up, it said that my flight duration was 4:44, but I've been streaming for over 7 hours, so. Maybe? That's a long, like, even including the breaks I took, that is a long time to be on the ground. Like, my startup taxi and takeoff anywhere is, like, you know, only a few minutes. Hard to say. Anyway, that is going to be the end of my stream. I can't believe I made it all the way to Shanghai today. From Shanghai, I'm not really sure where I'm going to go. I don't know. I don't know anywhere else in China. Oh, knocking shit over. This fucking cable I paid $200 fucking for. I could go to Taipei. That's in. Is that Taiwan? That must be Taiwan, right? I don't know which of these islands is Taiwan. I think it's this little one here. Yeah, Taiwan. Yeah, okay. So we'll definitely have to go there. I guess. Let's see what we've got for VRs. Looks like we've got a tiny one here in Wenzhou. Okay. We'll go here. We'll go here. have to stop at Taipei. I think we're going to go from Taiwan and then cross back over the strait and stop at Hong Kong before kind of heading south into, you know, the Philippines, etc. But here we'll track our route to Hong Kong, and that'll be another several hours of flight ahead of us. It's going to be an hour to 2.5, 3 hours flight in that plan. Okay. I realize I just planned that whole route without SkyVector being visible on stream, but that's okay. No one fucking watches me anyway. Okay, so we landed here in Shanghai. So we're going to be trekking down here to Hong Kong when we continue on. My around the world flight has become pretty epic so far, man. No. That's just north of Hong Kong, right? Should I stop there? What's there? Is that a good place? All right. Well, that's easy enough to do. I'll just I'll remove my waypoint in Hong Kong, and I'll go to Guangzhou first, and then I'll go south to Hong Kong afterwards. Easy mode. Alright, cool. I'm going to end the stream so I can cut this off so that I will have a VOD that is absurdly long.